guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Inflation is continuing to rise. The latest reports for January show a 0.4 increase, which aligns with what many economists were predicting. The Fed Reserve is deciding on whether to initiate interest rate deductions. Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying last month that he aims to observe further positive data before considering interest rate cuts. President Biden and former President Trump spent part of their time at the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday. House Majority Leader from Louisiana, Steve Scalise, says his state is now a border state. The Louisiana Republican comments on a recent crime in his home state.
14-year-old girl was raped by someone here illegally just days ago. This is happening over and over again in communities all across America, and people are rightfully outraged. Not just because it's happening, but because it's preventable.
A short-term funding bill to avert a partial government shutdown is headed to the Senate. The legislation was passed by the House Thursday. It kicks two government funding deadlines to March 8th and March 22nd, buying lawmakers more time to come to an agreement on appropriations bills. The largest wildfire in Texas history continues to burn in the state's panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire has burned over 1 million acres and is only 3% contained. Water managers in California are measuring the Sierra snowpack just as a major winter storm is set to dump up to 10 feet of new powder. Thursday's manual snow survey at Phillips Station near Lake Tahoe recorded 47.5 inches of snow depth, equivalent to 18 inches of water. That's good for 77% of average for that location. Statewide, the automated network for measuring stations are reporting 80% of average for this state. Thanks for listening. This is USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is signing legislation allowing secret grand jury testimony to be made public in some cases. This potentially includes testimony against sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, who died in prison in 2019 while awaiting trial on child sex trafficking charges. The Republican governor speaking in Palm Beach, Florida, alongside alleged victims of Epstein.
I think the legislature and I agreed that there needs to be a mechanism in some of these rare circumstances where people can get the truth and where we can try to pursue justice.
Lawmakers are looking for answers in the wake of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's attempt to keep secret his recent hospitalization. Austin was hospitalized following complications from prostate cancer, but didn't notify President Biden or lawmakers for several days. He spoke about the incident at a hearing of the House Armed Services Committee.
There was never any lapse in authorities or in command and control. At all times, either I or the Deputy Secretary was in a position to conduct the duties of my office. But we did have a breakdown in notifications during my January stay at Walter Reed.
Chick-fil-A is asking people to throw out previously ordered Polynesian sauces served in dipping cups. In a message posted on its website, Chick-fil-A saying anyone who ordered and took home the dipping sauce between the 14th and 27th of February should throw them out. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Is it that time again? Looky there. Sure enough, it is. Must be showtime. According to my monitor, February is over. Welcome as we close out the leap day, and here comes March 1. What do they call that? Meteorological spring. Of course, astronomical spring, still, 19 days away now. But welcome in, welcome aboard. Hey there, a Friday TGIF weekend. Here it comes. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Up and down we go. Warm, cold. Looking for the warm-up here coming this weekend once again. For many in the eastern reaches of the country, and, the central states especially, it's going to start to feel more like spring and early summer once again. Meanwhile, folks out west getting buried. My, look at these numbers out of the Sierra Nevada. They're now saying, the last few days they've been saying 4 to 8 feet of snow. And they're now saying a general 6 to 10 feet of snow. High winds in the Sierra Nevada through the weekend. Things really begin ramping up later today, that Friday, as it's still Thursday evening out west. This storm is not only going to close the major roads in the passes, but may actually bury and isolate some communities for an extended period of time. Yeah, by later Friday afternoon, the anticipation is snowfall rates 4 inches per hour at times, 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. Yes, folks, those are blizzard conditions. Yeah, they're talking about the snow drifts being literally mountainous. Now, this is going to be deadly travel conditions along a couple of major arteries in California. Donner Pass, California, along I-80, as well as segments of I-5 in Northern California to Siskiyou Summit in Southern Oregon, all likely to close. There's a high risk of motorists becoming stranded due to the incredible snowfall rates. Road crews will not be able to keep up with this storm until it wraps up late in the weekend. Now, that will include the roads to and from the ski resorts in the region. Conditions may be life-threatening if you get stuck outdoors. Now, this is also going to bring power outages that could take many days, if not weeks, to resolve in isolated areas, they tell us. Those that live in the backwood locations need to have a safe means of heat and plenty of food on hand. Experts warn chimneys and exhaust from furnaces are going to have to be kept open to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. And that's the same thing for people in automobiles. If you get stuck out there, you got to get out of your vehicle. Well, if it's coming down at 4 inches an hour, I mean, you got to get out there and make sure your exhaust pipe is able to, the exhaust is able to get out into the open air. People do, in these sort of winter conditions, succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, Donner Pass, one storm of note spanned 8 days and dropped a whopping 154 inches of snow. This is going back in the record books, January of 1952. According to the Truckee Donner Historical Society, the mid-20th century storm's combination of 80-mile-an-hour winds and snow produced drifts up to 40 feet, they said. Now, they're projecting 6 to 10 feet of snow will fall at Donner Pass. That's about 120 inches over several days. Similar snow likely at many of the ski resorts in the Sierra Nevada. Yeah, snowfall could reach 15 feet. We're talking 180 inches, and drifts from this storm will reach several stories high. It's hard to imagine. Last winter's megastorm that spanned the last few days of February and into March brought anywhere from 55 to 60 inches of snow to South Lake Tahoe Airport. The storm into this weekend is projected to be on par with that intensity. Much of the storm's moisture will leave Southern California before the air turns cold enough for the snow. But at the tail end, late Saturday into early Sunday, we may see enough of a combination cold air and some lingering moisture for snow on some of the ridges and peaks in Southern California. Not anticipating problems over the likes of the Grapevine. But the combination of excessive snow from last winter and the ongoing rain and snow this winter, the good news is they say most of the reservoirs are near full capacity. Streams are running high. The snowpack, of course, that builds into the early spring over the Sierra Nevada, that is the lifeline for much of California's water supply through the rest of the year. That melting snow later in the spring and the summer, keeping those streams flowing and topping off the lakes and the reservoirs. Now, with the center of attention deservingly on the magnitude of mountain snow from this storm, there will be rain to deal with in the lower elevations. There's going to be enough breaks in the rain at the lower elevations to avoid major, long-lasting flooding problems, according to AccuWeather, but there will be enough rain to slow travel and lead to some accidents and incidents of flash flooding in the northern part of state through the weekend. Could see some sporadic travel delays in Southern California during the weekend as well. Now, the winds will be causing trouble along the California coast and leading to blizzard conditions in the Sierra Nevada and the Siskiyous. 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts will be kicking up dust, raising the wildfire danger. And, of course, high-profile vehicles could be blown over in interior Southern California and the interior Southwest in general. Yeah, over the interior Southwest, they're talking winds could gust to 75 miles per hour. So we're actually seeing the blizzard warnings across eastern California, the Sierra Nevada, but also blizzard warnings in east central and all the way down into parts of southeastern portions of Nevada. Now, it's all north of Las Vegas, but let me jump into some of these warnings. What do they say? For the winter storm warning, heavy snow expected up to 13 inches. Now, this again is eastern Nevada. Winds gusting to 65 miles per hour. Now, for the blizzard warnings, total accumulation 6 to 14 inches. Winds could gust as high as 80 miles per hour. This is the Ruby Mountains and the East Humboldt Range. That blizzard warning kicks in 4 a.m. Pacific time this morning, West Coast time. 4 a.m. Friday until 10 p.m. on Saturday. So, yeah, even in parts of Nevada, travel is going to be treacherous. 80-mile-an-hour winds, though. That's why we have the red flag warnings again hoisted as the wildfires continue to rage there in northern Texas. That one blaze has blossomed, I believe, did they say 1 million acres? Largest fire in the state's history. Give you an update on that coming up here just ahead. Hello to Philly Dan. How we doing on a Friday? TGIF. You got it. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Jacob likes to say hello, Steve Summers, in the overnight drive. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and casual Friday. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, in the hotshot secret hidden bunker, Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising that FR3 antenna, turning on the stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay billiard lane, because the overnight drive's about to be hammered down. Dial Steve up on this TGIF first day of March. It's 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Keep that two-time world champion bull hauler and his chrome-plated cow truck between the spotted and the solid. And keep that two-time world champion manure hauler downwind. 32 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. Yep, throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. Snuggle up to whoever or whatever. Or do like Big Ed. If you can't grind them, if you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. This weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions as we roll into a Friday morning.
Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, hello to Marianne this Friday morning. Marianne says, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Have a great weekend. Saturday is my birthday. Well, happy birthday early. We won't be live Saturday morning, so we have to tell her now. Happy birthday. Have a great weekend, Marianne. Cap and Ron is in the house one day closer to, a Monday. You didn't say the greatest day of the week, but hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound Wytheville, Virginia. We're 29 degrees tonight. But we are Columbus bound. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe. 29 degrees, Platkill, New York. We're headed to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware to load from Monday, and we're off for the weekend. 5-7, copy the mail. Hey, it was late last night, late in the program. I meant to mention that. I guess I'll give us a full report and update. I guess things didn't go the greatest with his physical the other day. They're going to send him in for a sleep study. Fun. So they're thinking maybe the sleep apnea thing, right? You know, that's not something to mess with, though. If you've got it and you don't treat it, it can kill you. So it's better to get tested there. 5-7. Oh, who we got here? Is that Dipsy Driver? Good morning, Steve. The best informed audience. Clear, 30 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Just wanted to thank you and some of your listeners for the concerns about me, whereas I haven't checked in for a while. Yes, we noticed. I don't want to name it because I don't want to leave anybody out, but I really appreciate that. You do have the greatest family of listeners. And I do catch the replays of this great show. All, please stay safe. Have a great weekend when yours rolls around. All right. Glad you're feeling better there, Dipsy. Arizona window truck headed home for the weekend. Northbound on 44, 34 degrees in Lawton, Oklahoma tonight. The Arizona window truck. All right. There's Miss Millie on board saying hello to the Dipsy Driver. Glad to see you. Take care. Be blessed. She's going to be turning in soon. Michigan Madman said, last night I watched a rerun of the Richard Pryor from back in the 80s. You know, the society today and millennials today would by no means be able to handle the likes of his comedy. They'd be so offended they'd cry themselves to sleep. Yes, that's true. You are right, Madman. Hope everyone has a good night and a good weekend from the Michigan Madman. You know, that goes across the board for, go back to all the comedians from back in the 80s. Could they handle, remember Andrew Dice Clay? Yeah, Hickory Dickory Dock, right? Oh, boy. The fries. Who we got? Brian, here we go. Fixing to head out out of Houston and head out to the Valley. My last stop, Brownsville. Maybe I'll run into the president and tell him blank, blank, blank. Be safe and hammer down. I guess he's out of there by now. Yes, we had the dueling visits to the southern border. Joe Biden and former President Trump this past day. What did they have to say? Of course, everybody's pointing the finger of blame at the other side of the aisle. That's the name of the game. A couple others we'll check in with here. Who we got? There's Mr. Monty J. Good evening, Your Honor. Brr! Where did summer go? You are correct. Good evening, everyone, from West Monroe, Louisiana. There's Michael, 42 degrees with some very heavy rain falling at this hour. Yeah, I did the focus on out west. Yeah, there is rain in the mix. We're not talking severe weather, but the rain will be slowing you down in the south central and parts of the southeast. We've got some scattered showers over just west of Topeka. Things become a bit more organized. Southern Missouri, from about Springfield, Missouri, right down through the heart of Louisiana, or Arkansas, all the way down into northern Louisiana. So some areas, it's torrential rain. You'll be in and out of some heavier showers. Some of that rain looks to be probably going to be moving into Memphis during the overnight hours tonight. So yeah, that will slow you down a little bit. Meanwhile, travel being impacted by the wildfires. The cluster of wildfires that started Monday in the Texas Panhandle, forcing thousands to flee their homes, also making travel difficult for the truckers and the motorists in general. Texas authorities had temporarily closed Highway 136 between the Borger and Amarillo on Tuesday. They reopened that on Wednesday. I-40 near Amarillo remains open, but authorities have been urging motorists to avoid traveling through that area due to the excessive smoke, as well as allowing emergency responders to the space so they can work on controlling the fire there. It's the Smokehouse Creek fire that started near the Texas town of Canadian back on Monday, engulfing, I think it jumped over the 1 million acre mark this past day. 3% contained, getting around the eastern flank of the wildfire. We almost got boxed in. Prayers to all the affected families and first responders. According to one truck driver and social media content creator, Chris Lockhart posted that. Another Canadian resident posted a video of tractor trailers navigating the burning roadways out of town, at which point, now we're going back, it's been well over 24 hours ago, at which point at least 30 homes had burned to the ground. Displaced people staying here, most evacuated and don't even know their homes have burned yet. It had been one hell of a day. Now we go back to the Texas A&M Forest Service saying that the Smokehouse Creek fire is part of an outbreak of about 15 wildfires in Texas. As of Wednesday afternoon, 5, and including the Smokehouse Creek, were still active. So it's been a busy week. Officials have not determined the start of the big blaze, but of course, Governor Abbott earlier in the week had declared an emergency declaration for 60 counties there in Texas. Oklahoma Forest Services said they're providing assistance in the fight against 32 uncontained fires across that state, with more than 30,000 acres burned. Just be aware of traveling. Obviously, the smoky conditions. You combine the overnight hours and the smoky conditions, very difficult as far as visibility is concerned. And really the big concern is the winds had died down a little bit, but they're going to ramp up again big time as we head through the upcoming weekend here, as that surge of warm air begins to occur once again. Warmth is going to be headed right all the way back up into the north once again. By the time we get to Sunday, we could be looking at challenging some record highs from Des Moines, Iowa, to Omaha, Nebraska, to Kansas City, Missouri. All three of those cities expected to make a run at 80 degrees. Now, the big storm that we were talking about out west, unleashing the feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada, is kind of a contributing factor to bring these strong southerly winds ahead of the storm that's bringing all that warmer back into the plains and the Midwest. By Sunday and Monday, record challenging temperatures expected to surge as far north as the upper Great Lakes and as far to the east as the Central Appalachians. Now, here's the concern, the winds. Wind gust 25 to 35 miles expected to be widespread across the plain states. Higher gusts, 40 plus in the southern plains, including the Texas Panhandle region, where the fire crews are battling those wind-fueled blazes. Combination of the warm, windy air and the dry ground undoubtedly will heighten the risk for any fire that sparks to spread very quickly. And the ongoing blazes, where they are making some headway and containment lines, these winds could breach the containment lines. So obviously limit outdoor burning to help prevent new out-of-control blazes. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Friday TGIF? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump held a rally in Texas Thursday. He briefly addressed reporters at an airfield close to the town of Eagle Pass.
Very dangerous border. We're going to take care of it. Thank you.
The rally at a riverfront park, which has become the focal point of Texas's struggle against illegal immigration. A Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson said the death toll from an Israeli assault on a gathering of Palestinians looking for aid in Gaza City has risen to at least 100. The Israeli military said it's investigating the incident. An Israeli official said IDF troops resorted to live ammunition in response to people surrounding trucks transporting humanitarian aid. A recent study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association suggests that frequent marijuana use may heighten the risk of heart attack and stroke. Those who smoke cannabis daily could elevate the risk of heart attack by 25% and stroke by 42%. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so here we are kicking off a Friday, first day of March. All right, who else? Vernon checking in, said, what's up? There's Russell Miller. Hello, Steve. Hope you're all doing well there at the Secret Bunker. 29 degrees with clear skies. I want to thank everyone for the prayers on behalf of my wife. She's at home now. Not quite 100%, but getting there. She's off the oxygen. Doctor was saying my wife was really, really sick. In the hospital for 18 days. Wow. She is getting stronger day by day. Getting ready for another good show. Happy Casual Friday to all. Be safe, Steve, and all the listeners out there. All right, have a good weekend, and our prayers answered with the wife there. Dirty Harry, well, gooder morning, everybody. I got my box today. The box, that would be the Big Rig Diesel Duo. Dirty Harry was last week's winner on our Facebook contest. Now, we will have another winning name later this morning on the program, but that's the Big Rig Diesel Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. We'll have a winner this morning and one more week. Contest will end next Friday. Now, we'll reset the Facebook page. And again, I reminded folks last evening, we've been doing this for the last 2-3 weeks. If you entered in week number 1, you got to re-enter for week 2 and then week 3. So if you entered this week, we'll have a winner this morning. You'll have to re-enter to be a part of next week's. Simply go to Facebook and type in The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Follow us on Facebook, and in the comment section, type in the word Hot Shot Secret. That's how you get registered. All right. Okay, a new year, and here we go again, picking up where we left off. ELDs being removed from the FMCSA's website, the approved list. 5 ELDs apparently removed this past day. February 29, the agency announced. All right, the first one is CIELD logs. CIELD logs. Then you had CNELD. Next one is KSKELD. You've got TTELD 30 and TTELD 1010 that have been removed from the list of registered ELDs. According to the FMCSA, the 5 devices were revoked because they failed to meet the minimum requirements established in the rules, blah, 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 requiring that an ELD without a printer be designed so the display can be reasonably viewed by an authorized safety official, the official without entering the commercial vehicle. So if you're using one of those I just listed, carriers using the now revoked ELDs will have until April 29 to replace the devices to maintain compliance. In the interim, carriers should revert to using paper logs or logging software to record your hours of service data until you upgrade to a compliant device. If you do not, failure to do so by the deadline will result, and you'll have a no record of duty status, and you'll be placed out of service. Now, since the ELD mandate took effect, the FMCSA had and continues to allow these companies to self-certify the devices. There are currently 917 devices listed on the registered ELD list. And I guess they randomly must pull a few of these devices out and see if they meet the demands. And time again, many of them are not meeting those minimum requirements. And I've cited how many times you find you're on the revoked list. You go out and purchase another brand. 3 or 4 weeks later, you may find that one on the revoked list. This revolving cycle is something needs to be done about getting these things slated on the once and for all. They're approved or they're not approved, right? Because people are spending their good hard-earned money on these various devices. Yes, indeed. Horse Feathers had asked the question last evening. What will they do? The deadline is looming, March 1. As far as the government shutdown, I said, well, they'll pass a stopgap. They'll just continue funding as it's been for the next how many days? Well, it's actually going to be weeks. That's exactly what they did. We call that kicking the can down the road. Congress approving a stopgap measure to avert a damaging election year government shutdown. They extended funding for several key federal agencies past the weekend deadline. 5 months into the fiscal year we are. Fiscal year starts in October. Congress still has not approved the 12 annual spending bills that make up the federal budget. I mean, that's pretty much the base of their job. Job number 1 for Congress is to pass the damn funding bills. Everything else is supposed to fall in between. Yeah, we were facing deadlines of the midnight hour tonight, Friday night, and then a March 8th deadline for some other agency to keep the lights on. So here we go. It's a short-term continuing resolution extending the deadline for the first 6 bills until March 8th and makes March 22nd the cutoff for the other 6. Monday, it was agriculture, science, veterans programs, transport, and housing were due to run out first, potentially hitting food safety inspections, air traffic controller pay, and numerous other important functions. A full shutdown would have come a week later, a day after Joe Biden's State of the Union address. That would have left Defense, Border Security, Congress, and many other departments unable to operate. This is the 4th stopgap funding bill under this Congress. They continue to kick the can. It's the 3rd under House Speaker Mike Johnson's leadership. And it only gives another few extra days to get on track. Johnson's been struggling to corral a razor-thin majority, walking the tightrope between the demands of his own right flank and the more moderate Republicans working together. All but 2 Democrats in the House voted yes to the continuing resolution. 97 Republicans voted against the continuing resolution. Went on to the upper chamber, a.k.a. the Senate, a 77-13 evening vote. So it heads to the president's desk to keep the wheels rolling to fund the federal government. You know, while moderates say shutdowns could be politically disastrous and a threat to Republican chances of hanging on to the House or retaking the Senate, right-wingers in some of the safe seats are more inclined for a fight. Conservatives have been pushing to eliminate Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, obviously his salary. They want to remove that. They want to block travel costs for armed forces personnel seeking abortions. And they want to defund part of Biden's climate agenda, which for the Democrats, those are all red lines in the sand. So we just keep coming back and just butting heads over and over. And that's where things stand at this point in time. Well, 5-7, what's the word?
Well, we got a 30-day extension on my health card. I was told to go, I needed a sleep study. So I took that, plus there's another new form. If anybody that's, they give metformin, well, automatically you go from a 2-year card to every year for any kind of metformin. Well, I had to take that form and go to the VA to my VA doctor. She was wonderful. It's a clinic attached to the, out of Aiken, South Carolina, attached to the Charlie Norwood Center out of Augusta, Georgia. Well, I get down there and I give her this form. I said, have you ever seen this before? She said, no. And he said, well, he said it's brand new. So if you get diagnosed with metformin, now your doctor has to fill out this 2 pages of, clarification of why you're on the metformin. So I was able to get that done. She was wonderful, got it done. And then I said, and now I need to schedule a sleep study. She goes, what for? I said, and I showed her where he had wrote down neck circumference 19 inches. She goes, but what's that got to do with anything? I said, well, they say that's, you got sleep apnea. You got your neck. She ain't got nothing to do with sleep apnea. It's your reaction. You're lively. Your blood pressure's good. You got your sugar down below 7. She goes, this is ridiculous. I said, there's nothing. I mean, this is a doctor talking. And I said, ma'am, I don't know what to tell you, but he did say he wants that sleep study. So she puts it in for a request for the sleep study, and she almost screwed up. She had to pull back down because it's commonplace in the VA when you do a sleep study. It's because somebody is they can't stay awake. They're exhausted. So they have a certain word for it. So she had to go into the computer and change it. DOT physical, neck 19 inches circumference, whatever. So she said, this is the first time I've ever had this. So now I've got she gave me a copy of the request for the sleep study. I'm going to call them today, and see if that will suffice to get my 1-year card, and we'll go from there. Hey, it sucks getting old. I'm turning 67, and I guess in 42 years of trucking, I've never had my health card, full.
Had an issue with it, yeah. And you'd think if you had sleep apnea, you'd sure as hell know it by now. I mean, for people that have apnea, I mean, your wife can tell you snore like hell, or you stop breathing. I mean, your spouse notices when those things happen.
Yeah, she says that. My wife says we have separate rooms because I flail. I'll flip around before I get to sleep, and she's got the fibromyalgia, which, you know, all it takes is a bump, and it's like hitting her with a stick.
Okay.
But she says, yeah, I don't snore. So we'll see. I had a sleep study 10 years ago, and that was it. I've never heard anything more of it. So we'll go ahead and see what it is. And like the guys I've been talking with, I've been making fun of them, saying they're all cyborgs. You know, so, you know, it's coming back to bite me in the butt, I guess. But, you know, it's, you know, what you got to do the job already. And that's the side point. Now, the news of the day. Today, a reporter for the Blaze.
Yes.
It was told to show.
How about that?
Did you want to go ahead?
No,
I want to carry that story?
I haven't touched on it, but you go ahead. I mean, what the hell's going on? You know, they're talking about his reporting on January the 6th, but this is the guy in recent weeks who's been kind of breaking the news about the bomb that was placed on January 6th and how they moved the cameras away and all that. And I think they're wanting to shut him down.
Yes, he doesn't even know what he's being charged for. He was told to show up in shorts, flip-flops, and a T-shirt. You know, and basically, so he knows he's going to be charged and arrested, and they're going to have him. And so he'll fit into that orange jumpsuit. He told Glenn, Glenn asked him, what are you being charged with?
Don't know.
They said he will not know until he stands before the judge. And then, so he may be looking at years, and he's, the day you start arresting reporters that go to report on these scenes, then that is a sign of a dictatorship. And just before I left the house, a young woman who was just there, and she was in the crowd, she did no crime at all, was walking with the crowd. She was facing 20 years for, you know, and it was the charge of interfering with the official proceedings. But they got it down. She's down. She got 4 months. She's 4 months late in her house or trailer payment she was buying. She's fired from her 2 jobs she was holding down. She's having to find a place for her infant child and her little girl to watch while she has to travel from inland to D.C. court to finally get it to do her time. And she got 4 months, but the lady is $120,000 in debt because she said federal court lawyers are not cheap. And she said the actual lawyer that she's got now has been there twice now to fight for her, doing it pro bono, because he's just offended at the fact that, you know.
Yeah.
But listen to this. It's still going on. It's going on. They're looking for people now. Those videos that we were talking, it was mentioned on the Glenn's program, says Johnson, new House Speaker, told him, the reporter, that he has control of the video and he can release them anytime he wants. He said it's totally stopped. They stopped the releasing, and who done it? The Capitol Police don't want it out there. The Capitol Police is only allowing out what they want. They're not elected. They work for the American people. So if the corruption is getting out there, this is not just overnight. This is not Biden. But you've got to go back to Chuck Schumer before, I think, right at the beginning, Trump's election in the first place, and you could hear him saying, you don't want to mess with the FBI and the Secret Service. There's 1,001 ways they can get you. Any kind of organization is that powerful over top the bureaucracy, over the elected people, because the elected people have only one person over them, supposedly, and that's Steve Summers and Terry here. So, yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Don't think people... I think some of the ignorant people that are going by Biden, I don't think they realize what they're facing and what their freedoms they're giving up until it finally turns around and bites them in the But, and hopefully, it don't matter. As long as the Steve Summers show is still on the air, Overnight Drive, and as long as we've got conservative information getting out there, we're in the fight. That's what counts. Other than that, thank you for caring. And, we'll give you a full report on that sleep study.
Very good. Copy the mail, as they say. Yeah. I've been. I had this. I printed up a couple days ago. I hadn't touched on it, but yeah, Friday is here. Now, most conservatives are familiar with The Blaze. Glenn Beck, of course, he had the Glenn Beck radio program, still does for many, many years, but he started his own. Now he's got a complete channel, The Blaze, and he has a number of investigative journalists and various reporters that work for The Blaze. One of those journalists is Steve Baker. He's what they call an investigative journalist. The FBI wants him to self-surrender. They gave him till Friday morning in Dallas, this morning, having to do with his January 6th reporting. He said he's been instructed to turn himself into the agency's field office at 7 a.m. wearing shorts and sandals, which he said kind of signals the plan is to go for the humiliation route and place him in the orange jumpsuit, handcuff him, and do that prisoner transport thing. He added that after he's taken to the Dallas courthouse, he'll appear at 10 a.m. before a federal magistrate. Now, he said they didn't have to go this route. We've been told my charges are only misdemeanors, and my attorneys have been assured that this is going to be an in-and-out thing with no intention to detain me, he said. But rather than simply ordering the simple order to appear, they went the route of the arrest warrant. Now, he doesn't know what his charges are. His attorney said that withholding the nature of the charges against his client is a really unusual move. His attorney said, I'm hoping to get a copy of that complaint against Baker as early as possible here this morning. Now, we don't know if there's going to be any pretrial travel restrictions, although that's kind of been the norm for January 6th defendants, even in the misdemeanor defendants. But Bright, his attorney said he's pretty disturbed about what's transpiring, especially given that Baker has been in full compliance all the time. He also said the federal government, 3+ years later, going after people who were legitimate functioning journalists on that day. This is chilling. I said I'm not a depressive person, but I'm not happy about this. I've prayed, Lord, let this cup pass from me, but apparently it's not going to. Now, Baker added that when he asked his other attorney, William Shipley, why the government's treating him like this, Shipley said, you know why. You've been poking him in the eye for 3 years now. He's continued to report on January 6th. Now, he said he had unknown charges hanging over his head for years. But after we started working, the government sprang back into action. Now, he announced, of course, back in December, and we had touched on this, where remember that the FBI and the Department of Justice would be charging him for January 6th reporting. And he's been waiting and waiting and waiting. But he brought up the fact of why was Kamala Harris at the DNC on that day, where that pipe bomb was found outside. And a lot of his reporting in recent weeks, he reported that the Capitol Police closed-circuit TV gave kind of a false narrative. So you gotta scratch your head and wonder. Baker and others were asking what the U.S. government has to hide in regard to the whole pipe bomb thing that was found at the DNC. He followed up in February with another analysis called Capitol Police diverted all CCTV cameras away from the DNC pipe bomb investigation except one. And he keeps asking, again, why was Kamala at the DNC and not actually at the Capitol on January 6th? He keeps, it's like they want to shut this guy up. We'll see what comes out of it. I mean, it may be much ado about nothing, or you just don't know in this day and age. With that, we'll close things out. Hour number 1, but we're just getting started. Got a long way to go as we roll into a Friday. TGIF 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. 2 high-profile visits to the U.S.-Mexico border. Both President Biden and former President Donald Trump spending some of their Thursday at the U.S.-Mexico border as a controversy over handling the illegal immigrant crisis continues. While speaking at the U.S.-Mexico border, former President Donald Trump has some strong words for President Biden.
What he is doing is just unbelievable. Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her.
Riley, the University of Georgia nursing student who was killed by an illegal immigrant just a week ago. Lawmakers are continuing to look for answers in the wake of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's attempt to keep his recent hospitalization a secret. Austin was hospitalized following complications from prostate cancer surgery, but didn't notify President Biden or lawmakers for several days. Chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, discusses a timeline of Austin's notification.
3 days after the Secretary's hospitalization, Deputy Secretary Hicks and the President were first informed that Secretary Austin was in the hospital. On January 5th, Congress is informed of the Secretary's hospitalization.
California is getting blasted once again with a winter snowstorm. Some parts of the state in the higher elevations seeing up to 10 feet of snow through the weekend and blizzard-like conditions. The winter storm will bury the state and is the biggest snowfall of the year. While it could pose a danger to travelers, it only will help boost the state's water supply and tourism. The latest inflation report shows a jump of 4% in January, which is in line with what economists were expecting. The Fed Reserve is considering whether or not to start lowering interest rates. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Foreign interference in the 2024 presidential election is already beginning, as U.S. officials and cyber experts say Russia is using fake online accounts and bots to damage President Biden and other Democrats. Speaking at an event hosted by the Intelligence and National Security Alliance, FBI Director Christopher Wray explains how artificial intelligence can make it easier for other governments to interfere in the upcoming election.
This election cycle, the U.S. will face more adversaries moving at a faster pace and enabled by new technology. Advances in generative AI, for instance, are lowering the barrier to entry, making it easier for both more and less sophisticated foreign adversaries to engage in malign influence.
After over a decade of serving as Senate Republican leader, Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky will be stepping down from his leadership position in November. Florida Republican Congressman Marco Rubio weighs in on Fox and Friends.
Whether you like them or not, he was the most consequential Republican senator of the last quarter century, and maybe senator, period, in terms of the work he's done on so many different issues. I think it'll be hard to have another Mitch McConnell in that regard, just in terms of impact, because of the way the world has changed.
NASCAR drivers are out west for the Pennzoil 400, set to take place from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Sunday afternoon. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Here we go. Round number 2 on a Friday. All right, let's get you a quick weather check. A service of Big Daddy Walker Productions this Friday. It's the big storm, Powerhouse, moving into the west through the weekend that's grabbing the headlines. Dumping over 100 inches of snow in the mountains of California. But it's also going to slam the northwest, triggering multiple hazards. Downpours, small hail, thunderstorms and snow that could even fall in the lowlands around Seattle and Portland. Yeah, the wet, snowy weather, a continuation of a stormy pattern for that region of the country, persisting into the month of March here. Falling temperatures accompanying the storm in the northwest as we close out the weekend into the weekend will result in a big-time drop in the snow levels. Snow levels are at the elevation where the rain changes to snow, right? Yeah, cold air rushing in is going to bring snow levels as low as 500 feet during the day today. Above 1,000 feet in the hills outside the cities, you could see some light accumulations even occur there. Now, in Seattle, which actually resides below 500 feet, it's probably going to be mostly just a cold rain for the duration of the storm. The most likely time to see any flakes getting down to those lower elevations would probably be Friday night into Saturday morning. While any snow is not expected to stick along the Interstate 5 corridor, just a few inches may accumulate in the foothills to the east. But it's those higher elevations over in the Sierra Nevada. Now, while temperatures will drop at ground level during the storm, they're going to tumble way up in the atmosphere, and that promotes the threat of what we call thundersnow or thunderstorms packing hail. Another hazard for travelers will be pre-existing flooding on rivers and streams in western Washington and Oregon in the wake of widespread rainfall amounts 2 to 5 inches earlier this week. Even though the additional rain is expected into the weekend, should be less than an inch for most areas. It's only going to add to the runoff. Now, the waterlogged and folks that are buried in the Northwest are probably hoping for a different forecast as the calendar turns to the month of March. But don't get your hopes up. The first week of March continues to look very active out west. Several storms expected to move in from the northeastern Pacific and head for the northwest. That means more snow and more rain of varying intensity. But the ski resorts they're giddy about this. They're now looking at another well-extended season that's going to last probably well into the spring. And this active storm pattern is going to hold probably through the second week of March. Eagle is on board on a Friday, and it'll be the first weekend in 3 weekends you ain't been at the racetrack. What are we going to do this weekend?
Yeah, I'll probably be on the road this weekend, Steve, trying to make some money, brother. I told you I might come back go back to Florida and watch the NHRA drag racing March the 8th or something like that. That 3-day weekend, Friday, Saturday, first race of the year in Gainesville, Florida. I might go down that way if I can get a load headed back towards Florida. We'll see what happens, but they race in Las Vegas this week, so I don't know what that race is gonna turn out. Usually Vegas is not too exciting of a race, so we'll see who turns up the winner this week. But you can't. It's gonna be hard to match what they did last week. Three wide at the finish line. That's gonna be hard to top that deal there. But yeah, Steve, man, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, man. 3 years. 3 years I've been calling and asking you and wanting to know when this loser was going to go down to Texas. And what do you know? He showed up in Texas and did exactly what I thought he was going to do. Well, I'll take that back. He did exactly what he's been doing for the last 3 years, Steve. And that's nothing. A big fat zero. As a matter of fact, Steve, not only did he insult the state of Texas, he had the nerve to say he was coming down to Texas to make some things to happen, Steve. And yet on the very same day, the judge didn't allow this rule to go through that said that an illegal could be arrested if they came across the border illegally. Joe Biden and his people is trying to get that exterminated. Can you believe that?
Right.
But yet he says he doesn't want illegals in the country, but he don't want them arrested when they come in illegally. This guy here is the biggest two-faced liar that I've ever seen in my life. You know, it don't get no worse than that, Steve. This guy here insulted everybody that live in the state of Texas. That plane shouldn't have never touched down in the state of Texas, brother, because he didn't do nothing. You know, if he wanted to do something, Steve, if Biden really gave a damn about the border, he would have, like they've been saying all day long on any TV station with some guts about themselves. Joe Biden, all he got to do is write his name on the dotted line, and the border gets shut down. No, it doesn't use it. The border gets shut down. He talking about he ain't got the power. Yeah, you got the power, my man. You just don't want to do it. So, meanwhile, Steve, the man still hasn't acknowledged the girl over in Georgia that got killed by this Venezuelan attacker. Still hasn't acknowledged that the young lady lost her life, and got the nerve to go down to Texas and go down to Brownsville, a place where the border is shut down, Steve, thanks to Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott, as a matter of fact, let me say this right quick about Greg before I forget. If anybody should not be nominated, I don't know if you looked at this deal today, Steve. I watched it on television. I mean, not on my cell phone. Greg Abbott should be named Man of the Year as far as I'm concerned. If not in Texas, the whole damn United States. This guy has literally, can you imagine how many women and kids this man has saved in the state of Texas, Steve, by shutting this border down? He literally has shut the border down. People didn't think it was possible from Brownsville, Texas, all the way to El Paso. Ain't nobody getting in. He got the National Guard, state troopers, and anybody he can get his hands on to shut this damn border down. I'm nominating Greg Abbott as Man of the Year, brother, because ain't nobody done what this man did. And Donald Trump, if he know what he's doing, if you don't want him to be your vice president, you damn sure better make him the Secretary of Homeland Defense, brother, because I guarantee you, Greg Abbott, he'll get this whole damn border shut down from California all the way to Texas. You can best believe that. Because I'm fed up with the games, Steve. No more games are going to be played. Now when you have innocent people losing their lives, now when you have deadly fentanyl drugs hitting the streets of America. I think you said last night, Steve, I forgot what city that was in. Was that in Baltimore? I think they said a two-year-old boy, baby boy, his mother was walking across the street with a baby carriage, and these gangland punks were fighting, having a shootout, and one of the bullets hit a two-year-old baby boy, and now he's dead. Can you believe that?
That is correct.
A 2-year-old. Bad enough they don't raped and killed a 22-year-old girl. That wasn't good enough for them. Now they don't kill a 2-year-old baby that never even had a chance in life. This has gone too far. And for Joe Biden, this is an insult, Steve. If anybody had any doubts about Joe Biden not wanting to shut the border down, you got your answer today, my man. You got your answer. It took 3 years for this loser to finally show up to Texas, and he didn't do a damn thing. He had the perfect opportunity. If he wanted to get some votes, if he wanted to get some people on his side, he could have easily signed that dotted line and shut this whole deal down, and we wouldn't be talking about this no more. But he won't do it. So meanwhile, we still got people coming in, Steve. What they say, 171 different nations, languages that I think Donald Trump said today. You got people coming into the USA speaking languages that we don't even, the damn translators don't even know what the hell they talking about. This is how ridiculous this is, Steve. This is how ridiculous this situation is. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, if you want to hear a press secretary, if you want to hear what a real president sound like, go back to replay that interview that Donald Trump did today and then listen to Greg Abbott. And Greg Abbott, he put it point blank, Steve. He gave a 3-point list of all the things that wasn't going to take place in Texas no more. And ain't none of them. And he damn sure kept every single one of his promises that Greg Abbott made. He totally shut this deal down. And he said point blank, anybody, if anybody want to come in the USA looking for trouble in the state of Texas, you better go look somewhere else, because you're not getting into Texas because he got it shut down the way it's supposed to be shut down. It's a shame that it has to be like that. We got the military, we got the power, Steve. And then meanwhile, as we talking right now, Steve, all the individuals are making their way over to Arizona. I'm gonna say this: I don't know if you got any listeners that listen to your show in Arizona or California. Those two governors of those two states, Steve, ought to be ashamed of themselves. They talking about the border is overrun. It's the same deal that was going on in Texas a couple of months ago is going on now in Tucson, Arizona, and California. Over 1,500 to 2,000 individuals are crossing into the U.S. border every day. In these two, Gavin Newsom ought to be ashamed of himself. He's a disgrace, Steve. He's giving these people money. He's giving these places medical care. You got military veterans, men that fought for this country and put their life on the line, and he won't get him a damn thing, but he'll roll out the red carpet for a man that's coming into this country that doesn't speak the language and don't want to learn how to speak the language. And now look what we got. So like I say, the way I see it, Steve, California, they get what they deserve. If you were dumb enough to elect a guy like Gavin Newsom, then you get what's coming to you. And you think California is a disaster now. You ain't seen nothing yet, brother. Give Gavin Newsom a couple more months to let some of them morning people in there, and then you'll see what a disaster is. So like I said, God help anybody that's listening to me tonight. If you in California, Arizona, you better find a way to get the hell out of that state and make your way to another place, because it's wide open right now. Because unfortunately, you don't have a man of the year, as far as I'm concerned, running your state like we do in Texas. So like I said, if you want you and your family to be protected, Steve, if I was in Arizona and California, I'd be packing my bags, getting the hell out of there, moving to Texas, where you got a real governor who actually gives a damn about the United States of America, just like the president, Donald J. Trump. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, have a great weekend. All right. Well, it's right about this time a week ago. What were the headlines? We were talking about the big AT&T outage that had occurred the previous day, Thursday, a week ago. And we had the confirmation of a cyber attack that was impacting a major healthcare company in the U.S., causing issues with prescriptions to be filled at pharmacies all over the country. I mentioned at the time, we weren't aware. Was it a ransomware sort of attack? What was going on? Well, we got more details this past day, and it's ugly. Healthcare providers across the country reeling from a cyber attack on the massive U.S. healthcare technology company that has threatened the security of patients' information and continues to delay some prescriptions and paychecks for medical workers. The hack could also disrupt discharging people from the hospital, according to one major hospital association. The update from Change Healthcare yesterday, that a ransomware group that had claimed responsibility for the attack was at fault. They also said they're assessing the impact of the attack, which they first acknowledged a week ago, and has affected billing and care authorization portals all over the country. Patient care is our top priority. We have multiple workarounds to ensure people have access to the medications and the care they need. Owned by United Health Group, Change Healthcare manages healthcare technology pipelines, processing 14 billion transactions a year. The company said that their investigation determined that Change Healthcare, Optum, United Healthcare, and United Health Group's systems have all been affected. Change also confirmed Thursday that the ransomware group, ALPHV, or Black Cat, made the breach. They did not respond to question about whether it paid or negotiated an actual ransom. But one of the most immediate impacts is that people are seeing delays in getting their prescriptions. According to the American Hospital Association spokesperson, most affected pharmacies are actually using workarounds like writing things down. But the severity of the situation, we now learn, is still unfolding. Hospitals are having issues with processing claims, billing patients, and checking insurance coverage for care. The attack could also affect the ability to pay workers and buy medicine and supplies. The American Hospital Association says, quote, the impact to hospitals is just now really starting to crystallize, and as a result has been underreported. We can't really speak to the longer-term aftermath, but it can result in hospitals not being able to make payroll or patients still waiting for services to be approved. Health systems told the Healthcare Association that New York State, they've had trouble with various things, including the ability to verify patient eligibility and coverage, to communicate pharmacy prescriptions, file claims, and receive normal cash flow to support operations, among other issues. Several major healthcare providers that serve multiple states did not respond to requests for comment. Cybersecurity experts say ransomware attacks, as we know, have increased substantially in recent years, especially in the healthcare sector. This one comes right on the heels of an attack last month on a children's hospital in Chicago, which had to take phone, email, and medical records offline. Now, the FBI spokesperson in Tennessee said he could not confirm or deny whether the FBI is investigating. As far as we can tell, the attack is being contained. We don't think it's going to get worse, but when you have a critical system like this that's down for an extended period of time, the longer it's down, the longer that recovery is going to take, and more impacts are going to have on patient care. Now, questions that many will be asking. As our healthcare provider, we're under a United Healthcare. Yeah, you begin wondering, are our personal information, what information has these ransomware attackers got their hands on? It's all still unfolding. But so, in other words, it sounds a lot worse than things were a week ago. And just last evening, I mentioned the fact that that story had gone eerily quiet. They confirmed a cyber attack, and then we really didn't hear anything about it. I hadn't really been hearing or seeing any reports about people unable to get their prescriptions filled, so I thought things had been resolved. But yeah, there you go. There's an update. Hello to the Eskimo Mom. Good morning, overnight drive. Happy Friday, hump day for me. Hey, the first day of meteorological spring, 19 days till astronomical spring, and just 39 days till the eclipse. Got a regular run tonight. We're clear, 39 degrees on 265 in Indiana. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. Buckeye Boy, still out west, checking in from Huntington Beach, California, 58 degrees. Went out to a nice steakhouse with one of the other drivers who's doing this run with me. Good meal. Then we went by the grocery to get a couple things. So how about the slimy Governor Newsom of California signing a bill today raising the minimum wage in fast food restaurants to $20 an hour with an exception. Yeah, that is making the news. Locations that make their own bread and sell it as their primary source, which just happens to include Panera Bread, which just happens to be owned by one of Governor Newsom's biggest donors. They're exempt from the $20 an hour minimum wage. Yeah, I see an increased number of smaller fast food locations closing up. Large chains are leaving the state. Others are charging $15 for a damn sandwich. I'm going to play golf on Friday and hope the rain holds off till I get that round in. Everybody have a great night, a better weekend, and be careful out there. The big donor to Gavin Newsom, exempt from the fast food $20 an hour minimum wage. I think I've got more on that story. Maybe we'll delve into it if we get an opportunity a bit later in the program. About a minute from news break, so hang in there. We'll get back to the calls coming up here. Who else is on board? B-Dude checks in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Have a good weekend, everybody, and happy birthday to Marianne. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, 38 degrees. Gale force winds in Humphrey, Nebraska this morning. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train pointed south for the land of Oz. Looks like Moscow Mitch is going to do our country a huge favor and call it quits. Couldn't come soon enough. Hey, a special one-night-only shout-out to the Honorable Horse Feathers from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. Oh, and by the way, Eagle is on fire from the two-time World Hall of Famer. Lauren, he was fired up this morning. All right, 844-844-3388. That is our number as we roll into a Friday. Hope you had a good week. We'll come back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump held a rally in Texas Thursday. He briefly addressed reporters at an airfield close to the town of Eagle Pass.
Very dangerous border. We're going to take care of it. Thank you.
The rally at a riverfront park, which has become the focal point of Texas's struggle against illegal immigration. A Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson said the death toll from an Israeli assault on a gathering of Palestinians looking for aid in Gaza City has risen to at least 100. The Israeli military said it's investigating the incident. An Israeli official said IDF troops resorted to live ammunition in response to people surrounding trucks transporting humanitarian aid. A recent study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association suggests that frequent marijuana use may heighten the risk of heart attack and stroke. Those who smoke cannabis daily could elevate the risk of heart attack by 25% and stroke by 42%. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what do we got? Lights, cameras, action. Friday. Great to have you on board. Hope you've had a good week. Have a safe weekend, all that fun stuff. Hello to Santa Claus. Surprise, surprise. If you're still able, I guess at the moment you're still able to try and traverse Donner Summit, but he said chains are required. At this point, now the snow is expected for the next 48 to 60 hours, and they're saying 9 to 12 feet of accumulation. Donner Summit, wow. He just sent me the latest, and this is from the official I-80, Northern California, Sierra Nevada. Eastbound traffic, chains are required on all vehicles, except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From Nyack to Hirschdale Road in Truckee. Westbound traffic, chains required on all vehicles, same scenario. From Truckee, Nevada to Nyack or Placer, Colorado. Trucks are being screened. Westbound, 5 miles west of Reno. You must have maximum chains in your possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Plus, a high wind advisory is in effect from the Colorado line to Sacramento County line. Travel is not advised the next 48 to 60 hours. And the way they made it sound, Friday afternoon into early Saturday, it's going to be kind of the peak time where you could see snow coming down at 4 inches an hour. Look out. All right, see what Horse Feathers has happening on a Friday morning.
Morning, Your Honor. 4 inches an hour. I think that's more than the lake effect I used to live in up there in upstate New York.
Yeah.
I think, we used to get up to around 2 inches an hour, and heck, you'd be lucky not to get weighted down with that so bad you can't move just out there trying to walk around. But the most important question about those restrictions you just did, and you didn't say, did they restrict the motorcycles?
Right, okay.
Pennsylvania, they always restrict the motorcycles.
They toss that in, no motorcycles, like somebody's actually going to be out there on a motorcycle.
Yeah, and 9 feet of snow. Exactly. Maybe they got a snowblower on the front of it. But where to start? I don't know. My head's swelled up so big right now, I don't even know if I can even go on.
Oh, shout out. One night only.
Yeah, I tell you what. Well, thank you, Mr. Weiss. Weiss. How do you say it? How is it? I always get it wrong. I get everything wrong, Your Honor. Everybody knows that. If I do it wrong, everybody just expects it from me, right? But so, anyways, I guess we got to start out today by saying, "Hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it,
yes.
Becky?" So, there you go. Got that out of the way. So, Eagle. I love to hear his comments and what he thinks, but you want to know something? The only way we're going to make anything happen is you got to start hitting everybody in their pocketbook. So if you got a problem with Baltimore or you got a problem with the other cities or states, you got to go and not spend any money. It's kind of like Indiana they had
the boycott.
What was it? Oh, they raised the toll. They raised the toll. So what do? You go across Indiana and you don't buy fuel. It's the only way it's ever going to make anybody even think about listening to you. So whether it's the sporting events, the prices are too high for overpaid crybabies to be out there to be dancing puppets at the end of a string to entertain us, which apparently they think they're the important ones, and the fans that pay the money are just supposed to stand there and dish it out to them. But come to me, they get the other answer, because as far as I'm concerned, they don't get a nickel from me, and they could just be a dancing puppet at the end of a string. So anyways, it's pretty sad that the government doesn't do what it's supposed to do. But as you just saw, the people with the money go and run the government, run the country, because you see that with Gavin Newsom and Panera Bread. There's one more reason for me to not go to Panera Bread. Not that I would have gone anyways, because I didn't ever care for the place. That's so far overpriced. Those are the first people that should be paying their employees $20 an hour, because they charge more than everybody else, Your Honor. It's unbelievable. So, but anyways, what do we have? We had the government shutdown today of the Capitol building in the state of Maryland. Apparently, they had some phone-in threat, so they locked down the whole Capitol building of the state of Maryland. And I don't know what the whole deal was, but they got out all the police resources they could, and I think they brought in reinforcements from other places. So they actually got to dust off their toys and do whatever they needed to do. But I don't even think there was anybody on site for them to do it with. But anyways, so let's see. A couple things in the news we caught. Did you know China manufactures EVs, electric vehicles? Did you know they manufacture them in China?
Well, yeah, of course, yes.
And apparently the Chinese company that manufactures them manufactures more than Tesla. They've outnumbered Tesla on car sales. So didn't realize that. But anyways, I guess the technology that's in these Chinese electric vehicle cars, they're actually calling a national security threat to America. Now, what Chinese electric vehicle do we have being sold in America, Your Honor? I didn't see a Chinese nameplate anywhere. I mean, you got your Chevrolet, you got your Ford, you got your Subaru, your Kias, your Hyundais. They're from Korea. What nameplate is from China, Your Honor? But in the news report I saw, they did say that they're going to start trying to do final assembly in Mexico, which will make it easy to get them across the border to be sold in our country. But I guess with all the electronic monitoring that these vehicles can do, they can, with the GPS and all that, they track where you're going. They monitor, where you go, where you stop, where you've been. They know where you are. If you use any of the Bluetooth technology, it can monitor everything you do through that and send it all back to the CCP. What is that? The big red? What are their letters?
Chinese Communist Party. Yes.
Yes. To Zhu or you or whatever his name is. Yeah, they're going to know everything you do when you're driving your Chinese car because they're going to be sitting here watching you. Of course, they're going to be watching it from the air, too, when they fly the balloon over top of us again. But that's beside the point. But anyways, to go back to money, now, one other story that came on the news here, and I'll end my Casual Friday with this one. There's two parts to this. The Ozempic deal going on that people are using. There's a substance in Ozempic that helps with dietary, being able to lose weight, to make you go on a diet, lose weight, not have to go on a diet and lose weight, I should say. So anyways, it's making Ozempic for the diabetes people be like $800 an injection. So somehow or another, the FDA is allowing that compound, that part of the drug to be compounded, which I guess is taking other products and mechanically making that substance that causes the weight loss. So they're able to sell that, and I guess if you go on all these places like TikTok and all those other places that you watch the reels, there's all kinds of internet, what are those people there that do all the sales crap on the internet? All out there promoting, they're getting like $300 an injection for this compounded drug that is not FDA regulated. So I don't know. You might as well be taking the COVID vaccination, I guess. But anyways, they're selling it for all kinds of money. But they're using the diabetic drug for weight loss, which has jacked the price up to like $800 an injection for the diabetic drugs. So I don't know. It's crazy, messed up world. But so the other thing to follow the money on is, and our government, is, have you seen this thing for this in vitro fertilization, freezing of embryo thing going on? I forget where it is, somewhere down south, I believe, where it was outlawed and, some rule got changed or judge changed something and made it so that it looked like it was illegal for the doctors to freeze the eggs because it was killing babies or something to freeze the eggs like that.
Right.
So anyways, now there's, legislation has come through immediately to try to change things to, I guess, help people. But did the legislation come through immediately to change things to help people? Or is it the people that are running the businesses that do the freezing of the eggs that charge astronomical amount of money and make astronomical amount of money tell the government that you got to make some change in the laws so that we can keep making our astronomical money because at this point we're shut down? I don't know, just asking, Your Honor.
Things to think, things that make you go, huh?
It's back to follow the money, Did the government really do it to help the people, or did the government do it because there's politicians that are getting their pockets padded like Governor Newsom is from Panera Bread by these big high-tech companies that are making astronomical, gazoogle amounts of money freezing embryos? I don't know. I guess it's a lot to ask on a Casual Friday. I'm sorry I did. I probably ruined the whole show for the night, Your Honor. You can leave it to horse feathers to screw up a Casual Friday, right?
Especially when you got the one-time shout-out from the two-time.
I know it. I didn't even know where to go, but I guess I can say happy birthday, Mary Ann. Will that help make up for it? Anyways, with that, we'll let you go, Your Honor. Have yourself a fine weekend, and I don't know. I don't think I'll try to think anything else for you. I think, the possibility of the second smartest man in the world here, I give it a rest for the rest of the night for you. How about it?
Have a good weekend, Horse Feathers. The rest of the story on Panera Bread. While Newsom and his cronies in the California legislature were patting themselves on the back for raising the minimum wage, others have noticed a strange exception to the rule, whose beneficiary has ties to the governor himself. Specifically, as noted by Bloomberg, it appears Panera Bread, that chain, has evaded the new stipulation to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. There's a strange and oddly specific loophole in that law, which exempts chains that bake and sell bread as a standalone item from raising their minimum wage, which is almost like saying Georgia raising the minimum wage for every business except chains that make chicken sandwiches and maybe have partially literate cows as their mascot, a.k.a. the chicken joint. It's a very specific loophole. It makes sense when you find out that the billionaire Greg Flynn is the owner of the fast food and restaurant empire that includes several Panera Breads in the state of California, being a longtime friend of California Governor Gavin Newsom, and frequently donates vast sums of money to his political enterprises. It's called the FAST Act in California. Fast food chains are forced to raise their wages to at least $20 an hour or face crippling fines. Many, like Chipotle, are raising their prices to compensate for the wage increase. Paneras in the area, meanwhile, have a lot more wiggle room, with some advertising the $20 minimum, others free to advertise wages of $16 or $18 per hour. According to the head of the National Restaurant Association, everybody's scratching their head at this suspiciously specific exemption. Even more suspicious, according to insiders familiar with the negotiations that went into actually crafting the bill, it was Newsom himself who pushed for the exemption, possibly in light of Mr. Flynn's op-ed in the political publication, the Capital Weekly, where he was actually arguing against the bill there in California. I guess the Gov saw that and said, well, I don't want to step on his toes because he won't give me any more money. It's all about the money.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Rolling into a Friday. And what kind of baloney would Knucklebuster have for us?
All right, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. A happy casual Friday to you. Tennessee said to tell you hello, but I can't say it as sweet as she did there, Steve. So I'll just have to leave that at that. And I want to give a simplified shout out to Horse Feathers, Lauren Wheat, Monkey Gouger, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, they got a reason they call that place out there Donner Pass, and you better be ready for it. So it's going to get deep. It'll get deeper than my baloney anyway, right?
Yeah, 10 feet of snow. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I got a refrigerator, microwave, all that stuff in the truck. I mean, if I get stranded somewhere, I can survive for a little while, but I don't know if I can survive for them to get 10 feet of snow out of the way. Glenn Beck, when he first started out, he used to be real funny, Steve. So he would call them 7-Elevens up there and have them do that moron trivia there. So, and them guys couldn't even pass that test there. Knowledge is power. I know someone that was up there at Washington, D.C. on January 6th. They're not going to arrest this person. They've already come down and talked to them, so they're not going to mess with them. So they know stuff that will get somebody else in trouble, so they just leave them alone there. This is for the Lone Ranger last night, what he was talking about. When you go down a water slide while it isn't wet, and you will understand why foreplay is a very important part, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I want to know, you telling me my piece of firewood with an extension cord attached to it is not a legal log, electronic log? No, I don't think that's going to make it, is it, sir?
It's not going to cut it, no.
No. Did you say heat wave was having to do a sleep study?
5-7. 5-7 having to do it.
5-7 is. Okay. Well, I mean, if you ain't working hard enough that you can't just lay your head on that pillow and go to sleep, you ain't working hard enough in my book there. So, well, them Chinese, they are doing recon on us, Steve. I read what the Northern Border agents arrested a group of Chinese trying to sneak into Maine from Canada there.
Yep.
So, yep, that's, they're coming in all directions there. I see where Trump appealed that Illinois ruling there. And here's the thing. He's been accused of being a part of it. He's never been formally charged, has he?
Not that I know. Not with... I don't think any of the January 6th defendants have been charged with insurrection. They're all charged with like impeding a government function or trespassing and those kind of things. But not insurrection.
But Trump himself, he ain't been charged, tried, convicted of anything yet for that January 6th thing. So I don't see how they can kick him off there. And I read where that text from that Nathan Wade lawyer appeared to show more than speculation. And he was like, dang, let me tell you something. When you type something out on text, or even when you say something on a radio show, it stays on there forever. I'm sure your podcasts are kept for a long time, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the archives. They go back to day one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one day if you say the wrong thing, you may have right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. So you got to be careful what you say, even me. And Jesus said, woe to the lawyers there. You know, he said in Luke 11:46, he said, woe to you lawyers also, for you load men with oppressive burdens, hard to bear, and you do not personally touch the burdens with one of your fingers. And it's amazing that most of them politicians up there are lawyers there up there. Well, you want to live a long and prosperous, healthy life, avoid all doctors, lawyers, bankers, politicians, preachers, mechanics, and especially them damned old truck drivers, see. And that'll be all my bull on it for this go-around there. I'm going on my way down here to Austin, Texas to help them keep it weird down there. So we'll call in a little later on tonight, brother. I got to get out and get some number 2 push water. This truck's too heavy for me to be pushing
There you go. That's right. Number 2 push water. All right, coming up next hour. Talked about the Kroger-Albertsons merger, where the Federal Trade Commission is trying to block it, saying it would be they would be too big. And Kroger and Albertsons are saying, well, quite the contrary. Yeah, the debate is ongoing. Albertsons and some analysts gave a pretty interesting breakdown. We'll share that coming up next hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden and former President Trump both visited the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday. Trump met with Texas Governor Greg Abbott and held a rally in the border town of Eagle Pass.
Very dangerous border. We're going to take care of it. Thank you.
That rally was at a riverfront park, which has become the focal point of Texas's struggle against illegal immigration. President Biden met with local leaders and Border Patrol agents in Brownsville. The House is greenlighting a temporary funding measure to prevent a partial government shutdown this upcoming weekend. The bill extends two government funding deadlines to March 8th and March 22nd, granting lawmakers additional time to reach consensus on appropriations bills. The Senate is anticipated to vote on the legislation before Friday's deadline. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that the deployment of Western troops to Ukraine could escalate to nuclear conflict. During his annual State of the Nation address, Putin asserted that Moscow possesses the capability to strike Western targets should they send troops to support Ukraine. The U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments and make a ruling about former President Trump's immunity claims in his election interference case. We get the latest from USA's Ryan Daniels.
Trump on Truth Social Wednesday thanked the High Court. His lawyers have argued that Trump's 2020 election challenges were all genuine and within the purview of his role as the nation's chief executive at the time. Prosecutors remain skeptical, alleging Trump became part and parcel in an effort to illegally overturn the 2020 presidential election, while also holding the office of president himself.
The most recent inflation report indicates a 0.4% increase for January, and that aligns with forecasts. The Federal Reserve is deliberating on whether to initiate interest rate cuts. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said last month that he aims to observe further positive data before he will consider more interest rate cuts. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson has reported that the death toll from an Israeli assault on a gathering of Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza City has risen to at least 100. The Israeli military stated it's investigating the incident, while an Israeli official mentioned that IDF troops resorted to live ammunition in response to people surrounding trucks transporting humanitarian aid. A federal judge has issued a temporary halt to a recent Texas law permitting local law enforcement to arrest individuals they suspect of illegally crossing the border. The Justice Department, along with the ACLU, filed a lawsuit arguing that only the federal government holds authority to enforce immigration laws, disagreeing with Governor Abbott's assertion characterizing the influx of illegal immigration as an invasion. Not all flowers smell sweet. We get the details from USA's Corey Myers.
Crowds are gathering once again to inhale the vile smell of a rotting corpse, just the Amorphophallus titanium, otherwise known as the corpse flower. It's an endangered tropical flower that only blooms once every 7 to 10 years for 1 to 3 days, releasing a pungent odor when it opens to attract flies to pick up some of its pollen and spread it around.
A recent study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association suggests that frequent marijuana use may heighten the risk of heart attack and stroke. People who consume cannabis daily, particularly through smoking, could elevate the risk of heart attack by 25% and stroke by 42%. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we go. Back at it, another round, another hour. As we roll into a Friday morning. Hello, Rubber Duck. He said, good morning. He made it home. Made his double run to the Windy City. Said, I had some clown in a van donate his driver's side mirror to the cause. Don't try that at home, pal. Right? Good morning from Dave in Parsonsfield, Maine. It's a cold 11 degrees, Burr. Going up to a whopping 35 for a high on Friday. Hey, that'll be like a heat wave. Well, let me see. The Biden administration, the Federal Trade Commission trying to block the merger between Kroger and Albertsons. They've kind of kick-started the debate on whether the tie-up, would it undermine competition, as the Federal Trade Commission says, or would it actually be beneficial for consumers? You know, we shared the other night the Federal Trade Commission's line of thinking. They say that it's the single largest supermarket merger in U.S. history, that it would result in higher grocery prices for our everyday goods. They said in many hundreds of communities across the country, Kroger and Albertsons are the top two providers of groceries for those communities. Our complaint alleges those two are each other's top competitors, their number one competitors. Albertsons spokesperson says to the contrary, that rather the merger with Kroger would actually expand competition, lower prices, increase associate wages, protect union jobs, and enhance customer shopping experience. That the Federal Trade Commission is relying on an outdated view of the grocery industry in the lawsuit to block the merger. They say, quote, if the Federal Trade Commission is successful in blocking this merger, it would be hurting customers and helping to strengthen the larger multi-channel retailers like Amazon, Walmart, Costco, the very companies the FTC claims to be reining in by allowing them to continue increasing their growing dominance in the grocery industry. In contrast, Albertsons' merger with Kroger will ensure our neighborhood supermarkets can better compete with the mega retailers, all while benefiting the customers and the communities. The founder of Strategic Resource Group and an expert on the retail industry has worked with Kroger and Albertsons, as well as other big-name retailers, as well as the FTC and the labor unions. He says in an interview that the FTC's view is flawed and neglects to account for some of the benefits that it would actually bring. I'm not sure the FTC's even reading all the information that's publicly posted. Kroger has lowered prices by $5 billion in the last 20 years. $250 million every year for 20 consecutive years. Kroger is committed to lowering prices another $500 million in the next 2 years if the merger goes through. Letting the deal go through helps the procurement to be more total system efficient for everybody in the supermarket sector, which lowers prices for consumers, he says. He went on to say the FTC should allow the deal to go through to help alleviate a shortage of grocery stores and pharmacies all over the country. What they are failing to account for, which is timely and really important, is 2 points. With Rite Aid going bankrupt, with CVS and Walgreens closing thousands of stores, not only are there food deserts in the U.S., but now there are pharmacy and drugstore deserts across the country. If the FTC was fully quantifying all of retail in the U.S., they would know there is a massive vacuum of chain drug and a massive vacuum of food retail, and should allow the Kroger-Albertsons merger to go through for urban retail, near urban retail, suburban retail. Okay. See if that'd be brain dead.
Yay, Steve. Oh, where do you start with that lot of bull crap? Oh, yeah. Steve, I'm going to make a money bet with you. I'll bet you $100 who's behind this merger with Kroger and Albertsons. Can you take a guess of what major company is behind it?
I couldn't wager a guess. No, who?
There's a company that was started by Sam Walton. Does that name pop up in your head?
Okay, so you're saying he would be against the merger because they would be bigger competitors with them, Walmart.
Ding, 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 ding. No more calls, please. Tell them what they want, Johnny. Let's look at something real quick, Steve. Walmart's revenue last year was $600 billion. $600 billion. That equates to $36 million an hour, or in other words, $21,000 every minute. So with this merger, would you want it to go through to hurt your company?
Well, not if I was looking to eliminate the competition. That's the name of the game, right? That's what they've done from day one is run out the mom and pop locations, but
exactly
get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Exactly. In the last 15 years, in the last 15 years, Walmart has put 31 supermarkets out of business. 15 years, they put 31 out of business. So why is the Trade Commission investigating Walmart? I don't know. Could it be they're sliding money into pockets? But, there's something else that I read. Walmart will sell more from January 1st to St. Patrick's Day than Target will sell all year. But when you were reading that story with Gouger about the stores, they said it was going to be like 4,700 stores nationwide?
Right.
What the merger goes through. Walmart has 4,600 stores. Let that sink in for a second. And they're planning on opening in the next 5 years. They're planning on opening another 150 stores. So naturally, who would be behind the merger? Got to be Walmart. When you make a $600 billion a year, it's not hard to figure out. But the other thing too is the Trade Commission needs to get off their lazy. Well, you know what? Is investigate this shrinkflation, Steve. Why does a candy bar, a Snickers bar, excuse me, why does a candy bar like a Snickers bar cost the same amount of money, but is slightly less in size? Why are we not investigating that? Why are we not investigating Lay's potato chips, putting less potato chips in a bag? Why are we not investigating that? But I will say this though, Steve, and what Gouger said Tuesday morning, I that's kind of late, but would be after the show before I called in. But Gouger's right. Kroger does take care of us. They really do. Steve, I've been driving 25 years. And in those 25 years, I can count on one company in those 25 years that have ever said, hey, we appreciate what you do for us. Here's a nice little gift for Driver Appreciation Week. And that was a little local mom and pop company here in town. Even Yellow gave us a hamburger, a hot dog, pat on the back, and shake of the hand, and that was it. Mm-hmm. I mean, this year for Driver Appreciation Day, I got a clipboard, I got a hat, and I got a rain jacket, which I'll probably be needing here in the next few minutes. But every other company, it was just a shake a hand, pat on the back, whatever. That don't tell me nothing. That just tells me you don't really appreciate what we do out here every day. Because it's like we've said for how many years, Steve? Driver appreciation is not one day a week, it's every day of the year. And that's a lot of these companies fail to realize it. Now, I was talking to my boss about this the other day, and he said, yeah, the merger's out west, but we're going to get some of the effects of it. He couldn't quite go into detail. So obviously it's going to be something beneficial to us in the long run.
Well, pretty interesting. I think you're probably spot on about Walmart. I don't know. Costco, you know, of course, well, I mentioned the other night, Sam's is owned by Walmart. And so Walmart and Sam's, they're all about of course, the bulk quantities at the likes of Sam's, but you're saving money. So if the merger is actually going to cause Kroger and Albertsons to be able to, when you buy in bulk, you get better deals, right? And if these two big buyers can double the orders, that's where you get the better prices, buying in the bulk.
Right. Because, see, I got a Costco membership. Costco makes their money just like Sam's Club does on the memberships. Not on the stuff they sell, but on the memberships. But Costco, I saw somewhere, and I don't quote me on this, but they have like $800 billion in revenue. They've beaten Walmart in revenue. They don't have all the stores. I mean, maybe you could, use that new website called Google to check my facts here for a minute. But they make more revenue with less stores. They're very efficient in what they do. But you're spot on. I don't think Costco would be behind it. I think Walmart would be behind it. I mean, I got no doubt in my mind, Steve.
So what's on tap for the weekend there, Brain Dead?
Let's see. That nasty four-letter word. Well, it starts with W and ends with K, but it's got an or in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, or should I actually be out here working? But yeah, I sent you your DA of the week nominees, and Dingbat, she sent her your hero of the week.
Hey, I'm getting your DA now. I'm still not getting her hero nominees for some reason. I wonder if she has an S on the Hot Shot Secrets on the email. It's steve@hotshotsecret.com without the S. If she's got the S on there, that may be why it's not coming through.
You also got to remember it's also Dingbat. So,
but yeah,
so with that being said,
I almost
Steve,
forgot to.
So
yeah.
that being said, Steve, time to go play puddle jumper.
All right, playing in the rain in Memphis, right? Yeah, I almost forgot about our DA of the Week nominees. We'll get to some of those coming up as well. First, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Casual Friday. So, yeah, that's where we get our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Number one on the list, Dateline, Newnan, Georgia. For years, the Belmont Park Homeowners Association has been sending Roberto Cardenas parking citations for cars parked around his property. Only problem is he doesn't own a car. Nonetheless, Cardenas paid the fines because he was afraid of his homeowners association putting a lien on his home. He said, it just came to the point where I wanted to sell the house and finish the nightmare. Cases like this are one reason why State Senator Donzella James has filed 3 separate pieces of legislation related to homeowners association reform. The crux being resolving disputes outside the courtroom before the legal fees start piling up. At a Belmont Park Homeowners Association meeting last year, residents were told all parking citation fees would be waived and reimbursed. But 1 year later, Cardenas said he still owed $1,700. They offered to credit $600 to his account. He said, well, that doesn't come close to refunding the money he's already paid. Meanwhile, the Belmont Park Homeowners Association tells Atlanta News First they're going to review the details of his situation. We'll find a solution for this specific case. James said horror stories are happening as we speak. Gotta love the homeowners associations around the country. Glad I don't live in one of those. That's all I can say. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, I tell you what, I've got issues out here right now. I got a gate code I'm supposed to use to get into a terminal here in Tucson, and apparently I don't have the tumbler on the right numbers, or they have changed it and forgot to tell me about that. So, if it ain't one damn thing, it's another. Hey, on a Cummins ICX-15, how many gallons does that beast hold? How many gallons do you think? Was it about 8?
I would. It'd be a guess on my part.
Yeah, I ain't got a clue. Well, maybe somebody will give me a heads up here later. Yeah, I went to my local Tractor Supply and I got the Stiction Eliminator, the big bottle, because this beast was just absolutely just sluggish, acting old. And right before I took off from Albuquerque the other day, I went ahead and put the whole bottle in. Well, what's that bottle say that it treats? Is it 15 quarts?
No.
There on that bottle?
Is what product did you say? The Stiction Eliminator?
Yeah.
I have a 64-ounce bottle in my hand. Treats up to 32 quarts of oil.
32 quarts. Okay.
That's the 60.
That's 8 gallons, right?
That's the 64-ounce bottle. That's the 2-quart bottle.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, whatever I put in that fluid, and I tell you what, that engine absolutely purrs. I mean, there's no hesitation getting up and going. It actually goes, and it seems like to me it runs a whole lot smoother now. Some old boy was complaining. He says, well, I just never did do any good in mine. I said, well, there's a money-back guarantee on it. Did you do it? No, I just stopped buying it. And I thought, well, okay, ignorance comes in all forms.
Well, I did a quick search. Now, this is from a couple, I don't know what year model truck you've got, but I mean, like several years ago, it said, it was a service tech said all the ISX 15 engines I've serviced have been 43 to 45 quarts.
About 10 gallons or better.
Right about 10 gallons, 11, yeah.
Wow. Well,
and he said the difference is typically.
Well, I tell you what.
If you have some have a longer or shorter oil filter, I guess, so that would make the difference in a couple of quarts.
Well, from my experience here, it seems like one bottle has taken care of the issue that this thing was having. So that's good. Well, I'll tell you what, Biden and Trump. You know who had the more official visit?
Well,
it was Trump. Because he met the governor. Met by the.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he had the governor, and that the president of the Border Patrol agents was there. You know, so they were really telling him exactly what was going on. Biden, I mean, all he had was a sea of green behind him, but I wonder actually how many of those people really thought they were, you know, something special being up there with that old geezer. Dadgummit, I'm going to have to call somebody about that damn lock. Well, you know, I had forgotten that Biden had visited El Paso. And I couldn't even tell you when that was. But they had mentioned, they had cleaned the city up, so it looked sparkling clean when he showed up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean,
like I said, I had forgotten. I knew
going
Kamala
back. I mean, because they're touting this as his second visit. Now he went there. Now El Paso isn't that like a couple miles from the border? Now I don't know. I'm trying to remember back to the reports we shared.
El Paso is. Yeah, El Paso is right there on the border. They have a big, I don't know if it's a building, but they have an X on the actual border crossing between El Paso and Juarez. When you're on I-10 and you're on the eastbound side, you can see the river. It's more of a creek than anything else running through there. So, I mean, you know, you get on the west side of that, you're in Mexico. On the east side of that, you're here in the States. And you can really see it there. Oh, what is that exit number? 15 or 16, because you're right across from the University of Texas, El Paso.
Okay. Well, hold that thought, because I got to pause for a news break here. Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson has reported that the death toll from an Israeli assault on a gathering of Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza City has risen to at least 100. The Israeli military stated it's investigating the incident, while an Israeli official said the IDF troops resorted to live ammunition in response to people surrounding trucks transporting humanitarian aid. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that the deployment of Western troops to Ukraine could escalate to nuclear conflict. During his annual State of the Nation address, Putin said Moscow possesses the capability to strike Western targets should they send troops to support Ukraine. The most recent inflation report indicates a 0.4% increase for January. The Federal Reserve is considering whether to initiate interest rate reductions. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said last month he aims to observe further positive data. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. you could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9%.
All right, looks like Senior Heatwave, he couldn't get in the gate, so he's got to take care of business. Interesting, we were talking earlier this week about truck driver training. Spoke to, was it Mark, I believe, from Trainco. Interesting discussion. The pros and cons, going to a training school versus like a community college versus taking the training from a trucking company. This past day, this was a truck school that had actually been featured on MSNBC. Yeah, shut down after having their certification revoked for fraudulent CDL testing, and there's a number of students that are now in the lurch. The story from CDL Life. Cross-country truck driver training school, Burlington, North Carolina, shut down in February of this year, so last month because it's March 1st, after a handful of fraudulent testing was discovered. Shutting down without notifying students or even refunding them, so leaving them at a loss for what to do next. One former student said, "We're tired. It was more or less like you see the signs on the door and nobody's saying anything. That's our hard-earned money." The local Fox affiliate reports a school employee passed a CDL applicant without ever administering the test. That same employee later admitting to doing a handful of such testing. That led to a petition to revoke the school's certification. The school's owner, Pamela Day, who once appeared on MSNBC's Cross Connection to oppose the idea that truckers are all a bunch of aggressive white men over 55 years old, fought to maintain the certification on the grounds that she has a good track record for administering CDL tests, but that certification was revoked anyway. Now, she had previously reported that fraudulent employee and then fired them for the transgression. But now students who were attending the school when it shut down are getting some help from a second friendly trucking school owner who just said, I want them to get a chance to pass their exam. I feel like we have to give an equal opportunity to try to at least finish the course. Mike Randall is the owner of Keno's CDL Academy. He said right now he's offering his outdoor training facility to those students who were enrolled at the now-defunct school, and he's even reached out to the Department of Motor Vehicles to see if he can legally help those students complete their course. Matter of fact, a DMV compliance officer is also offering to lend out his truck to those same students for free. Randall said, I'm fortunate that I can do this. I'm not looking for anything in return. I just want him to finish. Somebody needs to help him. Because quite honestly, a tractor and a trailer is not like you can just borrow somebody's car. One student says, boy, I feel a lot more at ease because somebody's actually wanting to try and help us. I spent $5,000 on the school just before it shut down. Now, the North Carolina DOT says cross-country truck driver training school could still legally operate without the CDL testing certification. It's not clear why the school was completely shut down. Pamela did not respond to FreightWaves for request for comment. Our number, 844-844-3388. Friday, Sundance. Good morning.
What's going on, Steve? Hey, we had a bet a couple months ago about the Alabama-Georgia game. And we discussed if I was right and Alabama would beat Georgia, that you wouldn't hang up on me. We would say goodbye and, be cordial. Can I get that back? And
I don't remember that. I won't. I don't. Did I say I wouldn't hang up on you?
Don't remember?
Or I wouldn't take your call? Or I think I took your call, but yeah, I hung up.
No, I said it. Yeah. So well, and I said if Alabama loses, I'll never call in again.
You said you wouldn't call in for I think a month.
We won.
I think it was a month.
Oh, is it a month? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, come on, don't renege on this thing for me. But all right. So Brain Dead was talking about people need to be working on this shrinkflation they got. I could have swore Joe Biden was talking about this past week. He come out and said, shrinkflation.
Yeah, that's where he put out a TikTok video, which we're all kind of scratching our heads wondering why he did that when he banned TikTok from all federal government devices. But yeah, he did post. That was on, I think that was Super Bowl. Rather than doing a live interview on the Super Bowl, he opted to put out a TikTok video to complain about shrinkflation. But, why is shrinkflation taking place there, Sundance? It's taking place because of Biden's policies and inflation.
No. See, y'all, okay. It's happening because the greedy can't get enough from y'all. That's the problem. Uh-huh. It's just like this $20 California law. That's not even close to where it should be. It should be at $30. I tried to explain this the other day, where we all should be.
Yeah.
And look, I figured if 150 million people...
Nobody could understand where in the hell you're coming from. Remember now, that's why you got hung on talking about...
Okay.
Do you not see? I just shared.
Okay.
You've got restaurants that are shutting down in California due to the $20 minimum wage. You're going to pay $15. So if you're going to make $30 an hour, then you're going to pay $20 for your hamburger. There is no... Your logic is totally flawed.
No. Hold on 1 second. If we could just listen to me, give me 5 minutes.
That's a lot of time.
Okay. I'll make it fast. In 1970, a hamburger. Look. I'm just trying to show you. I'm not saying anything crazy. We've been there. I'm talking about we've been there where I'm trying to get y'all to. Just follow me for a second. A hamburger in 1970, I watched it this weekend, was 10 cents. Minimum wage was $1. $1 would buy you 10 gallons of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, silver was $1. Paper money was $1. Now they went off the gold standard, and this is where they got you, and this is why we got to get there. All right, so now it takes that silver dollar is now worth $30, and that paper money, you need 30 $1 bills to equal a silver dollar. Okay, that's where we need to be. Now let's move it forward. Minimum wage, that dollar is now worth 30, so now minimum wage needs to be 30. Now, if you take that same hamburger is $1.89 at McDonald's. Now, if you take, you could buy 10 in 1970 on minimum wage, and you can buy a little bit more. Well, it's what, $2.49 for a burger.
Yeah.
So if you take that number 30, you got more buying power.
See, let me answer.
$30.
Let me answer your question. You are trying to compare the value of two separate things. There was a time when $1 was backed by silver, your silver certificates. When we got off the silver standard, you cannot compare. The value of the dollar is not worth the value of silver anymore, quite obviously.
Right. That's what. Right.
Well,
now you need more of those dollars.
And they've been printing them up by the trillions.
But see, here's the thing: and they're keeping them, and y'all are not getting your part. Okay, so when I did the numbers, that 150 million people, 150 million people working in this country, right? It equaled out to $98,000, almost $100,000 per person in profits for corporations. So that means that's how much more that each person is paying corporations $100,000. If you don't make $100,000, somebody's pulling your slack. You're not going nowhere. That's what I'm saying. The top 1% own 94% of all the wealth in this country because of the gold standard. When they took away your money, you didn't pay attention, and that's all I'm saying. But here, if you give us $30 an hour,
we're not going back.
Goes up,
See, we're not good. There's no way to get back to that, though. It's not going to happen. You got to be realistic. I mean, matter of fact, things are. We are going the opposite direction. The rest of the world, with your Chinas and your Russias, they're looking to get off. The oil, the dollar has been the oil standard around the world. How screwed are we gonna be when they take oil off the dollar or the dollar off the oil? We're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, well, right. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So that's the problem. Okay, so if they're going to take these other countries are getting away from the dollar. You know why? Because it's not worth anything. So, but here we've got a bunch of people at the top that have all the money anyway. You have like 6% in 98 or 94% of the population only have 6% of the money, 6% of the money. So we got to get what we can. Now, if you pay people $30 an hour, I bet you they will go buy stuff. the money flows around. The money flows around. You can't have people hoarding the money and we don't get any. That's why businesses can't stay in. I mean, you got to pay people.
All right.
And the money just flows. It doesn't just go into.
I've been cordial as long as I can, Sundance. But I mean, again, where the rubber hits the road. During the COVID pandemic, what were we doing? We were giving out money. We were sending $900 checks, $1,000, $1,500. Everybody got $3,000, $4,000 for free, right? And all that money got to circulate, like you're saying. Right. Everybody got to spend that money. What happened? Inflation. Right. You were printing money by the trillions of dollars. And why is the dollar not worth anything today? Why are other countries looking to get off? Because our government continues to overspend. What is our deficit? I thought it was $38 trillion. Is it $34 trillion? Whatever the trillions of dollars is, anybody with a lick of common sense knows we're never going to be able to pay that back. At what point does the rest of the world cut us off? That's why the dollar's not worth anything. Your idea of just giving more money out, I mean, that's a Gavin Newsom idea. He wants to give everybody $1,000 living wage, whether you work or not. But it's more the socialist mentality. It's kind of like the Bernie Sanders. Everybody spread the wealth around. Spread the wealth. There you go. It's a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. What can you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, where we leave off there, back on a Friday, TGIF. So I'm kind of anxiously anticipating myself. It's another chilly morning. It's more like wintertime. 29 outside the bunker. Pretty typical for this time of year. We're supposed to be warming up again as we head through the weekend into early next week after the big drop in temperatures and the freeze up. Wednesday night to Thursday morning, temperatures begin to rebound in the Northeast. Some of the Northeast, you're going to kind of miss out once again on the much warmer temperatures like we're going to see in the central and the Midwestern states. Actual temperatures yesterday were a good 20 to 40 degrees lower than we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday, as we know. Some areas, wind chills were 40 to 60 degrees lower. It was kind of like adding to the shock value. Burlington, Vermont, you hit 65 degrees on Tuesday. Temperatures plunged 50 degrees into the mid-teens by yesterday morning. And you didn't get any warmer than the mid-20s for high. Wind chills were near zero yesterday. I mean, About 300 miles to the south, Philadelphia. You started Thursday near the freezing mark. Wind chills in the teens and 20s during the afternoon. But you were in the mid-60s on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we've seen the up and down. Well, we're ready for the turnaround once again. The warm-up comes back. Temperatures are going to come back to the 60 mark. And much of the I-95 mid-Atlantic corridor, which would be more typical of mid-April by the time we close out the upcoming weekend. We will be talking about some stormy conditions, a storm that's going to spring out of the Gulf of Mexico, going to kind of track up and bring a lot of clouds, a little bit of rain and drizzle to the eastern seaboard. So that's going to hold your temperatures back just a little bit. But the atmospheric setup further to the east, Monday into Tuesday next week, we'll draw more moisture out of the Gulf. Clouds, another weak storm may spring up and, again, bring some spotty rain to the coastal areas. Either way, 50s and 60s. You're not going to see those 70s and even some 80s that they're going to be talking about again back into the plains in the Midwest. Weather update, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions here on a Friday. Well, good morning, Grump.
Yeah. Good morning, buddy. I can't believe what I just heard from old Sun Dunce. What the hell was he talking about on this labor cost? It jacking it up to $30 an hour, really? Fast food, the average right now on the cost of fast food for labor cost is around 25%. But every time somebody like him goes back to 1970s prices, they're not going back to 1970s expenses. They're not going back and talking about the fact that taxes make up about 52% of the business cost right now. And since we got good old Barack Obama and his Affordable Care Act, that is anything but affordable, there's another 16% of the labor cost that's added onto the labor cost in mandates for health care on businesses that are has over 50 employees. I get sick of listening to these damn liberals that, with this Jethro Bodine freaking calculator that they use, with this, living in La La Land, trying to justify why somebody needs $30 an hour to go, excuse me, sir, would you like fries with that? It's the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. Who in the hell, Steve, is going to eat a $12 or a $15, $16 burger that's less than a quarter-inch thick? I wouldn't go anywhere near one of them damn places if labor costs was that high. Hell, I remember going up to the oil sands up in Alberta, going up there, and people up there, they were advertising. This was back in the early 2000s, 2005, 2006. I'd be up there hauling pipe and stuff up there, and go to Burger King up there, and the damn cost of a burger would be $16.
Mm-hmm.
For that very reason, is everything is so hyper inflated anytime that there's oil involved or anything like that. But that's a prime example right there on why in the hell businesses don't last, is because you got to have a profit margin somewhere, and you shoot for 12 to 16% on your profit margins. And what your profit margins is going to do is fix any damn thing that's broke on the building that's outside of the normal projections. It's no different than me running this truck. I could not, under his idea right there, go, wow, I think I'll just jack my salary up to $3,000 a week, or $4,000 a week. Why don't I do it like that? I make good money driving a truck. I make, as owning my own truck. But you also got to put back for taxes and everything else. And the more you're looking at the inflation cost right now, that it's costing us everything. Hell, tires and everything. Look at Bridgestone tires, $1,000 a piece. Hell, I remember I used to buy them things for $400 a piece, and the rates ain't that much different. That guy is dumber than a damn stump. I sat here and listened to his garbage, trying to justify why somebody needs $30 an hour on a flipping as a whopper flopper or something. It's absolutely asinine. that moron would sit there and think crap like that. But that's a liberal for you. That's a Joe Biden, let me kiss your old wrinkly ass person right there. You know, everything Joe Biden says, he tries to hang on it like it's the gospel. You know, why don't he look at Joe Biden in the Senate and everybody else's salaries? I mean, they've been ungodly since the 1970s. I remember when Speaker of the House was $46,000 a year. Now it's $212,000, something like that. $220,000 to be the Speaker of the House. Mm-hmm. That's a hell of a jump by God in 35 years, 40 years, something like that. But I don't know, man. I tell you what, liberals are what's wrong with this country. They're absolutely they live in this alternative universe where they think everything is just unicorns and cupcakes and all this other crap. They don't realize that people's got to pay for that damn stuff. And it's, you know, the labor cost and everything, the more you add the labor cost, the less you're going to have to repair a building or do anything else if you have a goof up out there of any kind at all. You want a profit margin. That's why we have things in the business world.
He's all about the top 6 percentile that owns like 90% of the wealth. I mean, you know, that is somewhat the reality. There's billionaires and there's trillionaires, and most of us work for a living wage, though.
And most of what he's talking about is the jealousy that he has for those kind of people. I don't give a damn. How many people does those billionaires and millionaires and everybody else employ? You know, they're the ones that are risking their capital.
Elon Musk is a billionaire, but you're right. How many employees are there at Tesla? How many employees are there at SpaceX? How many employees are making the products and the electronics that go into all trillions of dollars being spent? And we got to get a news break. We'll be back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Inflation is continuing to rise. The latest reports for January show a 0.4 increase, which aligns with what many economists were predicting. The Fed Reserve is deciding on whether to initiate interest rate deductions. Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying last month that he aims to observe further positive data before considering interest rate cuts. President Biden and former President Trump spent part of their time at the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday. House Majority Leader from Louisiana, Steve Scalise, says his state is now a border state. The Louisiana Republican comments on a recent crime in his home state.
14-year-old girl was raped by someone here illegally just days ago. This is happening over and over again in communities all across America, and people are rightfully outraged. Not just because it's happening, but because it's preventable.
A short-term funding bill to avert a partial government shutdown is headed to the Senate. The legislation was passed by the House Thursday. It kicks two government funding deadlines to March 8th and March 22nd, buying lawmakers more time to come to an agreement on appropriations bills. The largest wildfire in Texas history continues to burn in the state's panhandle. The Smokehouse Creek fire has burned over 1 million acres and is only 3% contained. Water managers in California are measuring the Sierra snowpack just as a major winter storm is set to dump up to 10 feet of new powder. Thursday's manual snow survey at Phillips Station near Lake Tahoe recorded 47.5 inches of snow depth, equivalent to 18 inches of water. That's good for 77% of average for that location. Statewide, the automated network for measuring stations are reporting 80% of average for this state. Thanks for listening. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is signing legislation allowing secret grand jury testimony to be made public in some cases. This potentially includes testimony against sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, who died in prison in 2019, while awaiting trial on child sex trafficking charges. The Republican governor speaking in Palm Beach, Florida, alongside alleged victims of Epstein.
I think the legislature and I agreed that there needs to be a mechanism in some of these rare circumstances where people can get the truth and where we can try to pursue justice.
Lawmakers are looking for answers in the wake of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's attempt to keep secret his recent hospitalization. Austin was hospitalized following complications from prostate cancer, but didn't notify President Biden or lawmakers for several days. He spoke about the incident at a hearing of the House Armed Services Committee.
There was never any lapse in authorities or in command and control. At all times, either I or the Deputy Secretary was in a position to conduct the duties of my office. But we did have a breakdown in notifications during my January stay at Walter Reed.
Chick-fil-A is asking people to throw out previously ordered Polynesian sauces served in dipping cups. In a message posted on its website, Chick-fil-A saying anyone who ordered and took home the dipping sauce between the 14th and 27th of February should throw them out. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it on a Friday. First day of March. Yeah, we call that the first day of astronomical spring. March, April, May. And looky there on a Friday morning. We've got one more week to give away a big rig duo. The Diesel Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. We're talking a $200 value. This is our Facebook contest. You know, when you go on Facebook, if you're not already a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, just type that in the search box. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, the official page. Go to the follow us and then go to the comments and type in Hot Shot Secret. We've got this week's winner, which is Kim Myers. Kim Myers, congratulations. You win the Big Rig Duo. Now we're going to refresh things Monday as we start the week. Next Monday. If you've entered in previous weeks, you got to go back because they're going to refresh things. So make sure you enter again next week. Same way you've been doing. Tell your friends. We'll have one more Big Rig Diesel Duo giveaway next Friday morning here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks for all those who participated. And join us again next week. All right, Kim Myers, congratulations there. Grump had to take care of the news break there. Where we leave off? And the first thing you heard on the news break is inflation continues. Up another 0.4% in January, which means prices continue to increase across the board.
Absolutely. You know, and you can't get it in a liberal's head, you know, that businesses have to turn a profit. And it just blows my mind. You could go back to 1944, Steve, if you want to. Look at the wages back then and look at what was considered wealth back then. It was $200,000. That was considered wealth. If you made anything above $200,000, you was taxed 94%. That went all the way up into the 60s when JFK started trying to change the tax codes. And by 1979, the top marginal percent, the highest wage earners were taxed at 35%. But they brought in a hell of a lot more taxes at 35% than they ever did at 94% because people just stopped earning. They said, the hell with the government. We're not going to pay for this. And when you look at what this guy's talking about, you know, and, you need to make $30 an hour, you know, according to this. My God. Look, I had surgery back in November 1st. I had surgery. The final tally on that surgery, on a 2-hour operation, was $304,000. My doctor did 2 of them that day, and in each one of them, his part of it was $150,000. But what we're not looking at, I mean, there's $300,000 that he made that day. But anytime a surgeon goes to cutting on you, his liability insurance is astronomical. Mm-hmm. I mean, astronomical. So who the hell is making the wages here? You know, and that's all government regulated stuff, the insurance and things like that we're looking at. And like I said, look at Obamacare. You know, I'm paying right now $1,830 a month on my wife on her health insurance. And I got supplement insurance, but I also military, retired military. So I use the VAs, but you can't talk to these people. I mean, they're just so far out there, and they're the type of person, well, we need a single payer system. You couldn't afford a damn single payer system. Not when the reimbursement rate that the government wants to give doctors and nurses and things like that is less than 10%. It's somewhere around 8 cents on the damn dollar. That's what their reimbursement rate is. That's why so many doctors, you got Medicare doctors, and you got people that wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But the Medicare doctors are usually the older doctors that's established, and everything, and that's all they do is just see old people, one right after the other, all damn day long. Mm-hmm. And they got a pretty good gig going on there. The restaurants are a whole different animal. You have to show a profit on these restaurants and things like that, and you're not going to do it at $30 an hour because nobody's going to eat. They couldn't afford to. Hell, when you could go eat steak, buy steak at the damn restaurant at the grocery store and go home and cook it before you would go buy a hamburger. When you're looking at the cost of it, I just cannot. You just can't imagine trying to get in somebody's mind like that, and they are so far into this where they just despise anybody with any kind of wealth. They think if you're a business making money, and you got employees that, it goes back to Barack Obama. You didn't build that. Somebody else helped you build that. Bull. I didn't see a damn soul opening their wallet when I bought this truck or any of my last 11 trucks. Nobody but me. Not a damn soul opening. And it just blows my mind, and stuff. And the only reason I've stayed in business, Jimmy stayed in business, and other owner operators stayed in business is because we're penny pinchers. We actually budget ourselves. We don't have extraordinary salaries and things like that to where we're, everything's going, bling and all that crap. I could give a rat's ass less about a light on my truck or, chrome or anything else. What I want to see is what's going in the bank account and security for later on. And that includes having to pay the government, as bad as I hate to. But, hell, that's part of doing business. You just have that on these big jobs where you got to pay them taxes, render to Caesar. But this guy, man, I don't know what the hell.
I think you've been around long enough, and I think my dad. How many times over the years he said, "I've never received a paycheck from a poor person." Somebody has to have wealth to hire other people. I mean, you're not working for the impoverished person. They can't pay you. Somebody's got to have money. Somebody's got to be rich to pay thousands of other people.
And it always blows my mind, too, when you have somebody like that's going to sit there and tell you that rich people don't pay taxes. Look at the damn percentage. The top 3% pays, what, 92% of the taxes
90%,
out there?
yes, yeah. And there's that 45% that pay no taxes.
That's right. And the poorest of people are in line wanting more stuff. That's the way it is. I mean, hell, I'm not getting my health care for free. I'm not getting EBT cards and crap like that. They could probably have all the things that they wanted if these liberals would quit this bleeding heart bull crap and enticing more people to come across that border the way they're doing. I've never seen anybody in my life like them people that can walk by an American laying under a damn bridge to go hand $1 to a freaking illegal immigrant, thinking that, well, you poor person, you're so impoverished, and everything that you here, let me help you out. While the other guy, the American that's worked his ass off and fell on hard times is just sitting there going, well, once again, I got bypassed, by these liberals and stuff like that. It's crazy. It really is. But that's the world that we live in. And you're never going to convince them goofballs, number one, of the problems that they've created in this world just out of their stupid liberal policies. That's about all I got, man. I just heard that guy and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Somebody slap him back to reality.
Hey, Grump, have a good weekend. If you have a weekend, I'm not sure if he's out there driving this morning or what. All right, computer hackers, they're everywhere, right? We were talking earlier about the healthcare system being impacted by the ransomware attack. And there's no doubt much more to be learned about that. What all was actually compromised, they're still trying to ascertain. And it's really just beginning to, as we said, impact the hospitals. The whole case in Georgia, this whole Fani Willis thing, which we haven't even touched on that this week. I think it's been a very interesting, more testimony that had been taking place if she's going to get booted off the case. Now, is this Russian disinformation? Some would portray it as that. Just because you see it online, what can we believe anymore? But we do know there is a collective of computer hackers that has set, apparently, a Saturday deadline for authorities to, quote, comply with various demands or face the release of confidential documents from Trump's ongoing case in Fulton County, Georgia. The group, which previously took the website of Fani Willis offline, the district attorney, they took her offline for several hours. I guess they're saying they got all the info from her website, threatening to release documents obtained from within the state's court system unless they are paid a ransom. It's ransomware. In a message posted, I guess, late last weekend in both English and Russian, the hacking group called Lockbit said the stolen documents contain a lot of interesting things and Donald Trump's court cases that could affect the upcoming U.S. election. Initially, Lockbit set a Saturday, March 2nd, this Saturday, deadline for the payment. According to the cybersecurity report Brian Krebs, they since moved up that deadline to 9 o'clock last evening, Thursday, 8:49 a.m. yesterday morning, that would have been Eastern Time. Now, this collective, run by a hacker using the pseudonym Lockbit Sup, has previously been targeted and marginally disrupted by the FBI, they say, before reconvening after a February 20th online raid by law enforcement. In a statement teasing the release of documents, Lockbit Sup warned the FBI acted so quickly to disrupt his organization due to the sensitive nature of Willis's criminal case against Trump. The hacker teased the FBI for failing to stop him the first time and supposedly is a fan of the former president. Now, the statement says, personally, I will vote for Trump because the situation on the border with Mexico is some kind of nightmare. Biden should retire. He is a puppet. Business Insider notes Lockbit's series of targets over the years show they've had multiple success in negotiating ransom payments in return for unlocking files and computer networks owned by both governments and corporations. As of Wednesday this week, there are ongoing ransom demands for 11 different companies on its website, in addition to the one for Fulton County there in Georgia. Over the years, this hacking group has targeted over 2,000 victims and obtained over $120 million in ransom funds. So they are the real deal. Targets in recent years have included the likes of Boeing, the UK's National Health Service and Royal Mail, the state-owned Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Now, the group, they say, doesn't always conduct the hacks themselves. They operate on a service model in which they develop sophisticated ransomware hacking tools and lease them out to other hackers to deploy against targets, taking a cut then of the ransom. The CEO and founder of the cybersecurity firm CybSafe said that Lockbit's outsourcing model doesn't guarantee all the promises will be even honored if the demands are met, even if one could discern the motives outside of the obvious financial motive. The same cannot be said for all the partners or the affiliates that they kind of lease this ransom tools to. It's always difficult to discern the meaning of messages like the one published by Lockbit last Saturday. Now, whether this declaration of support for Trump is genuine, the posturing aimed at taunting what they see as strong competitors in the FBI, or even an attempt to grab headlines. We just don't know, but you can't help but wonder if what kind of info, what kind of documentation were they maybe able to get from the state's website there in Fulton County. And the plot thickens. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, I don't know if you caught it, man. I had to pull over. I was laughing so hard. Sundance's new handle for tonight is Sundance. Did you hear Grump?
Yeah,
when he said that? I think
Sundance. Yes.
I thought maybe you missed it, man. Oh, listen, Steve. If I'm trying to follow him correctly, I'm trying to give him the benefit of doubt, and trying to think about what he's saying. So correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me if this is how you caught this. So if a burger in 1970 cost 10 cents,
mm-hmm.
and the employee is making $1, if that burger cost $1 10 years later, then the employee should be making $10 an hour, a percentage of what the burger costs. So if that burger costs $3, the employee should be making $30 an hour. I think that's what he was trying to get at. But here's the difference between his logic and our logic. What right does the government got to tell any business how much they're going to pay their employee? Steve, we went over this over and over.
Right.
The government can't solve anything. They screw everything up. Everything they put their paws on, they screw up. There's a thing called risk and reward. His thought that the business owners are so rich that they should take a pay cut when they took all the risk to get this business up and running. They used all their collateral to get this business. If the business failed, they might be out several $100,000 or $1 million they invested to try to get this business going. And what's the government do? They come in with all their regulations and taxes and this, that, and the other and force these companies to go out of business or to move. Steve, I used this on your show before when I was trying to explain it to my daughter, man, about the government forcing businesses to pay a certain amount of money. You got little Susie who has a lemonade stand.
Mm-hmm.
She sells, 50 cups of lemonade a day. Her business booms. She can now sell 100 a day. She can't do it by herself, so she figures it out. I can hire little Joey and pay him $10 a day, and I can still maintain a profit and make more money. The next day, the government comes in and says, nope, you ain't paying little Bobby $10 a day. You're going to pay him $30 a day. What the hell does that do to that lemonade stand? It's that simple. That simple.
Either she's got
government coming in.
She's got to start, rather than charging 10 cents a cup, then she's got to charge 30 cents a cup or go out of business.
Yeah. Or not hire little Bobby and just maintain the status quo. It's a skill set. Employers pay employees based on that skill set that job requires, man. It's that simple. And for him to just to say that no matter what job you're in, no matter what the skill set is, everybody should be paid $30 an hour.
Yeah.
Steve, there's law enforcement agents out here and aren't paying that much an hour.
I saw an ad online here recently. I mean, starting pay was at $35,000 to $40,000, like for the first year. And then you could work your way up. But I mean, there's some. I shared the breakdown, law enforcement. There are some places where you can start out at $90,000 a year, but that's more like in California. Who the hell wants to be a cop there, right?
Right. Yeah, there's some other little jurisdictions. Some pay more than others, but there are police departments around this country, Steve, that you are not making $20 an hour, man. I'm telling you. All right, I got a kick out of Sundance, so just for tonight, we don't want to insult the man. I think, Stephen, I would. Something says, man, he's calling just to screw with us. But I think he's serious, man. You can hear it in the tone of his voice. I think his logic, he's really serious on what he's saying. Mm-hmm. Sundance, the government cannot solve anything, brother. Nothing. Get him out of our lives. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you taking the call, man.
Have a great morning. It'll be quitting time here in short order for Pappy on a Friday morning. I think he's got to work this weekend, though. But all right, the most powerful Pacific storm of the season started barreling into the Sierra Nevada yesterday, packing multiple feet of snow. Dangerous winds will create blizzard conditions, closing major highways, triggering power outages into the weekend. Much of the Sierra Nevada under a blizzard warning stretching through Sunday. Biggest effects expected Friday afternoon into Saturday, so later today. Again, they're talking as much as 10 feet of snow in the mountains around Lake Tahoe by the weekend, 3 to 6 feet in the communities on the lake shores, and more than a foot possible in the valleys on the Sierra Eastern Front, including Reno. Winds will gust in excess of 115 miles per hour over the Sierra ridgetops and 70 at the lower elevations.
USA News Update. A Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson has reported that the death toll from an Israeli assault on a gathering of Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza City has risen to at least 100. The Israeli military stated it's investigating the incident, while an Israeli official said the IDF troops resorted to live ammunition in response to people surrounding trucks transporting humanitarian aid. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned that the deployment of Western troops to Ukraine could escalate to nuclear conflict. During his annual State of the Nation address, Putin said Moscow possesses the capability to strike Western targets should they send troops to support Ukraine. The most recent inflation report indicates a 0.4% increase for January. The Federal Reserve is considering whether to initiate interest rate reductions. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said last month he aims to observe further positive data. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got to get back to the calls here on a Friday morning real quick. Talking about the blizzard conditions out west. Man, 115 mile-an-hour winds over the ridge tops. 70 in the lower elevations. There's going to be power outages. There's going to be big truck blowovers. Going to be a lot of restrictions. The National Weather Service in Reno updated their forecast last evening as the storm approaches. Say they see no new scenarios to suggest any weakening of the storm. Actually, the opposite. Snow amounts have increased. If that's even possible, they said. Backcountry avalanche warnings are in place around Lake Tahoe as well as around Yosemite National Park, stretching down to Mammoth Lakes. Very dangerous avalanche conditions are expected Friday afternoon through Sunday, according to the Sierra Avalanche Center. California Highway Patrol imposing travel restrictions on a long stretch of I-80 between Reno and Sacramento. The chain laws are up, we mentioned earlier. A stretch of highway was closed for hours at midday Thursday as crews were clearing the wreckage of a semi-truck that had overturned near Truckee. Your safe travel window is over, they said, in the Sierra. That came from the Weather Service in Reno. It is best to hunker down where you are. So when Santa Claus sent me that update from I-80 a few hours ago, I said, are there still some trying to think they're going to get through there before it gets shut down? The blizzard warning covers a 300-mile stretch of the Sierra from north of Lake Tahoe to south of Yosemite National Park. And that goes till 10 o'clock Sunday morning. This will be a legitimate blizzard. Really true blizzard conditions with multiple feet of snow, the potential for power outages, and the fact that roads are not going to be cleared as clearly or effectively as they normally would be, even during a significant winter storm. On the bright side, California water officials said this is going to provide a much-needed shot in the arm for the Sierra snowpack, which is vital to their water supply later in the season. Palisades Tahoe Ski Resort tweeted that the big dump expected over the weekend to top 8 feet of snow would allow them to keep the slopes probably open through Memorial Day this year. But with the blizzard conditions, they're probably going to be forced to close off and on through the weekend. I mean, you can't get there from where you are, right? One guy decided to drive from Santa Cruz to Lake Tahoe ahead of the storm with the plan to lay low during the blizzard and then hit the slopes. When a storm comes in, people have a tough time getting there. There's sometimes less crowds in the mountains and fresh snow. That's a super light. You can float on it. All right. Some remain skeptical it's going to be as bad as predicted. Same story, different day. Sometimes it doesn't even snow. I mean, that's like same scenario you hear out of people when there's hurricanes approaching. I've heard this before. Let's have a hurricane party. And then they drown. Don't get caught out in the mess. Better safe than sorry. All right, let's see. Eagle, are you hanging in there this Friday morning? Hello, Eagle.
Yep.
Hey, he's there.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, pick up the phone. We got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I almost fell asleep, but I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve. Getting back to this border deal, getting back to this border crisis that we got going on. Steve. Okay, now they talking about it. It looks like some of these people that Biden, his ultimate goal is. I never thought I would say this, Steve, but I knew that. I told you this. I knew that he wanted these people to vote, but I thought it was 28. I didn't think it was 24. But it's looking more and more like, Steve, that some of these individuals are going to be able to vote in this election, and it shouldn't happen because these people have not met the requirements to be eligible to vote in the United States. But it looks like these people are crooked, Steve. You know, the individuals that are running Joe Biden, and they want to do everything. They're going to do everything they can to push this Jack Smith case ahead of schedule to get this thing in the court before the November election. They're going to do everything they possibly can. They're going to hit Donald Trump with some other things too if they got everything in the kitchen sink before the election. It's not going to be easy, you know. Yeah, Trump is doing good right now, but I don't want the people to get their hopes up.
Mm-hmm.
They need to still realize that we got a lot of months into the election. Anything can happen with these people, Steve. They doing some dirty business. You know, you hear about all the news with Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden gave testimony today. It ain't a damn thing gonna happen. Him and both of them and his brother involved. All the whole damn Biden family is nothing but a bunch of crooks, and they got their own DOJ though, Steve, and ain't nothing gonna happen because the DOJ works for Biden at this point until they get his ass out of the White House, and then maybe they can do something then. But as of right now, so I heard, like I forgot to say that last night. You know, people talking about that Biden gonna do Biden this, Biden that. Biden he going to jail. No, he not going no damn where because he has the DOJ right now. Yeah, they got. If that was the case, Biden would have been gone a long time ago. Steve, I told you I wouldn't get upset about this Biden money history and doing all the things he's doing because it don't do no good. Because they're not gonna do nothing to the guy, right, because he has those people in his back pocket. It's really a damn shame. Now let me talk about California right quick, Steve. Since they back in the news again with Gavin Newsom, this guy here, he's just one step behind Joe Biden. He's a low life, but he ain't quite in the Joe Biden class right now. But he getting real close, Steve. He getting real close to being at the bottom of the gutter with Joe Biden and his family. But yeah, Steve, okay. They talking about he raised the minimum wage to California to this outrageous number, and now restaurants are going out of business. They either got two choices, Steve. They either going out of business or they gonna raise the price up so sky high, won't nobody be afford to eat there. They talking about paying $15. We talked about this a couple months ago, $15 and $20 for a Big Mac meal at a McDonald's or either a Burger King. You better be ready to pay $20 or more for a burger and fries and a drink with these outrageous deals they got going on. California is already an expensive place, and that's the reason why you got so many homeless people in California, Steve, because it costs so much money to live there in these homes, overpriced. The same home you can get in Texas, Steve. They got houses in Houston and Dallas for $150,000, brand new house. I bet you won't find a $150,000 house in California. So like I say, that's why you got people living on the street. They got their own damn homeless community right there in downtown LA, blocks and blocks, Skid Row, blocks and blocks and blocks of people living on the streets of LA in tents, in RVs, rats big as cats walking around. This is the future of America, Steve. If somebody like somebody like Newsom gets in the White House, Arizona, they've already ruined those two states, Arizona, New Mexico, and California. Those states, I hate to say it, but look like they might be gone, Steve, unless Trump can get in the White House this cycle. Those states will no longer be, I don't know what you're going to call them, but they need to change the name of all three of them because they'll be ruined because the governors there are democratically run and they just letting the city go down the drain. They're not trying to do anything, Steve. The governor of Arizona, North California, are doing anything to stop the border influence, such as Greg Abbott. And it's really scary to believe, Steve, that if Greg Abbott wasn't doing his thing, that Texas would also be overrun with individuals. But Greg Abbott, like I said in my first call, somebody better get that man of the year honors because this guy is doing the real deal. And like I said, I'm proud to be a Texan, even though I'm not living there right now. I'm happy about what this man is doing. And like I said, Donald Trump, if you listen to the guy talk today, Steve, Donald Trump and him and Greg Abbott said some good things about what they plan on doing. And Greg Abbott needs to have some type of position in Donald Trump's cabinet because this man here is doing a good job. And he needs to get some respect for what he's done to save Texas from this influx of individuals. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, when it comes to the college girl in Georgia, the college girl that got killed in Georgia. Her family is totally devastated from what Donald Trump said, just like anybody's family would. It was totally unnecessary. It was totally unnecessary what went down. And here's the bad part about it, Steve, is that this guy, he had already been in trouble before. This is not the first time this man had been in trouble. He should have already been deported out of the U.S. and wouldn't even be talking about this. So all I can say to women and kids around America is just be careful. There's some dangerous people on the loose right now in America that shouldn't be. And, just keep an eye out and watch out for your friends and family, because they got some real low-life people walking around in the U.S., and you and I both know who's responsible for that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Have a great weekend, Eagle. Thank you. I got, so we had, the annual physical, the president, that is, on Wednesday, right? Of course, we did not conduct any sort of a cognitive test, because according to Karine Jean-Pierre, he passes the cognitive test every single day. What's the official word? All right. He suffers from neuropathy in his feet and a stiffened gait. The health challenges might explain why he struggles to remain upright. Peripheral neuropathy in the feet, which refers to any condition that affects the nerves outside your brain or spinal cord. This can happen for several reasons, from trauma to infections to inherited conditions. There are also many symptoms. Many causes, forms, or symptoms of the condition are treatable, but can still vary widely from person to person. That is peripheral neuropathy, the definition from the Cleveland Clinic. A stiffened gait. Much of his stiffness, in fact, the result of degenerative wear and tear, osteothoracic changes in the spine, a combination of significant spinal arthritis, post-fracture foot arthritis, and a sensory foot peripheral neuropathy of the feet. The explanation of his subtle gait changes. Dr. Mark Siegel, professor at medicine at George Washington University, suggested some link could exist between his physical health and cognitive ability. Some neurologists have told me that this gateway, your feet, are kind of glued to the floor, and that's more consistent with fluid on the brain or possibly not enough blood flow to areas of the brain. I'm not saying he has that. I haven't examined him. But we didn't see any imaging of the brain, the MRI, and again, no cognitive testing. The American public is questioning his cognitive ability. 67% of voters believe Biden is too old to serve a second term. Again, they use that word old, not cognitive disability. Quinnipiac poll said they asked voters if they thought he had the physical and mental fitness to serve another term as president. Physical fitness, 35% say yes, 62% said no. Mental fitness, almost identical. 34% say yes, 64% say no. As we know, numerous lawmakers have demanded Biden take a cognitive test. Of course, Donald Trump did not hesitate to weigh in. Crooked Joe must take a cognitive test. Maybe that way we'd be able to find out why he makes such terrible decisions. I took 2 of them and aced them both. No mistakes. All presidents or people wanting to become president should mandatorily take this test. Again, doctor said he doesn't need a cognitive. We don't need no stinking cognitive test.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, we are on a Friday morning. And Knucklebuster. Yes, sir. What do we got, Knucklebuster?
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. You know, the teachers are teaching our kids entitlement in school that somebody owes you something. Ain't nobody ever owed me nothing. I got daughters that are in their 40s now. When they turned 16, they wanted a car. They expected me to buy it. And I said, ain't nobody ever give me no car for free. So you want a car, I'll help you get your loan, but you'll work to pay for it, and you'll appreciate it more. You'll take better care of it. And they realize that now. I heard on the news that wacky tobacco gives you bad heart attacks and strokes. What about old Willie Nelson? He's in his 90s, and I know he smoked that stuff.
He did. He did for many. I thought he quit smoking a couple of years ago. Is that? I mean, I don't know if he's maybe taking doing the gummy bears or something now.
Yeah, I don't even know about all that edible stuff there. I even read where Merle Haggard, he had so many health issues that he started smoking it before he passed away there. Mm-hmm. And Toby Keith even wrote a song about Don't Smoke a Doobie with Willie there, right?
Yes, he did.
The mayor of our town, he posted a thing on Facebook that said a FedEx truck ran into one of our school buses down there. So, I didn't nobody get seriously hurt there, but I just thought that was pretty funny. They didn't say whether it was one of them step bands or a semi truck or what, but that was crazy. And we all need to get healthy. Really need to get better, eat better things. Quit going in that truck stop buying them bag of chips. You know that stuff ain't no good for you. You can have it every now and then, but you can't have it every day. And Kroger, they get their prices down with Walmart if they want to compete. They'll be able to do that with this merger. Well, we'll see if they lower the price anyway. I don't want my boss to. I ain't never been able to afford to give nobody a job there. He invested his money, and he deserves a return on his investment there. I started driving 37 years ago. I got 22 years with this company here. Seniority. You ain't going to get what I make, not starting out over here. You come about all this out there at Donner Pass and stuff there. Minimum speed on the highway is 45 mile an hour in most places. So if you can't do 45 mile an hour, you need to get off the highway there. And some of these boys out here nowadays can't even do the minimum speed limit out there. It's the minimum speed limit is 65 when it's 80 and 85 mile an hour.
Yes,
speed.
it is. I was going to mention. I think Oklahoma is a state right now that they're talking about making the minimum speed 65.
Yep. Well, I think that's what they ought to do is make a law that says if you can't run the speed limit in your vehicle, you're not allowed on the road there. So that ought to change a bunch of them owners' attitude there. So I don't know. But I don't know. It might be crazy if we all drove the speed limit. Then we'd really have problems out here. People running all over each other. It's bad enough as it is. Well, you got a good show going, brother. I'm going to back out and get quiet and let somebody more intelligent than Knucklebuster get in here. So
Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend. You got it. Yeah, there's numerous states working on speed limit changes right now. Indiana is one, and it's one of only a few states that continue to have a speed limit differential for cars and trucks. It's 70 for most highways for cars, 65 for trucks. They're looking to change that. Now, here's another example when you look at this idea of implementing a speed limiter mandate that would mandate maybe 65 mile per hour for all trucks, right? Research shows, studies suggest uniform 70 mile per hour speed limits in Indiana would reduce crash frequencies in the state by about 20%. This has been proven time and time again, and that's why there's only a handful of states left that had the split speeds. There was a time when damn near every state had split speed limits, and some of them were 15, 20 mile an hour differentials. But let me scroll down. Oklahoma, there's a House bill that covers speed limits on the fastest roadways. On rural interstates in Oklahoma, it's 75 right now. Oklahoma turnpikes, 80 miles per hour. They are proposing a minimum speed limit. H.R. 3894 would implement a 65 mile per hour minimum speed limit for those affected controlled access highways. Final hour coming up.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. 2 high-profile visits to the U.S.-Mexico border. Both President Biden and former President Donald Trump spending some of their Thursday at the U.S.-Mexico border as the controversy over handling the illegal immigrant crisis continues. While speaking at the U.S.-Mexico border, former President Donald Trump has some strong words for President Biden.
What he is doing is just unbelievable. Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her.
Riley, the University of Georgia nursing student who was killed by an illegal immigrant just a week ago. Lawmakers are continuing to look for answers in the wake of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin's attempt to keep his recent hospitalization a secret. Austin was hospitalized following complications from prostate cancer surgery, but didn't notify President Biden or lawmakers for several days. Chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, discusses a timeline of Austin's notification.
3 days after the Secretary's hospitalization, Deputy Secretary Hicks and the President were first informed that Secretary Austin was in the hospital. On January 5th, Congress is informed of the Secretary's hospitalization.
California is getting blasted once again with a winter snowstorm. Some parts of the state in the higher elevations seeing up to 10 feet of snow through the weekend and blizzard-like conditions. The winter storm will bury the state and is the biggest snowfall of the year. While it could pose a danger to travelers, it only will help boost the state's water supply and tourism. The latest inflation report shows a jump of 4% in January, which is in line with what economists were expecting. The Fed Reserve is considering whether or not to start lowering interest rates. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Foreign interference in the 2024 presidential election is already beginning, as U.S. officials and cyber experts say Russia is using fake online accounts and bots to damage President Biden and other Democrats. Speaking at an event hosted by the Intelligence and National Security Alliance, FBI Director Christopher Wray explains how artificial intelligence can make it easier for other governments to interfere in the upcoming election.
This election cycle, the U.S. will face more adversaries moving at a faster pace and enabled by new technology. Advances in generative AI, for instance, are lowering the barrier to entry, making it easier for both more and less sophisticated foreign adversaries to engage in malign influence.
After over a decade of serving as Senate Republican leader, Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky will be stepping down from his leadership position in November. Florida Republican Congressman Marco Rubio weighs in on Fox and Friends.
Whether you liked him or not, he was the most consequential Republican senator of the last quarter century, and maybe senator, period, in terms of the work he's done on so many different issues. I think it'll be hard to have another Mitch McConnell in that regard, just in terms of impact, because of the way the world has changed.
NASCAR drivers are out west for the Pennzoil 400, set to take place from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Sunday afternoon. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher.
With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Okay, here we go. Final hour. One more time around on a Friday morning. Hey, we left off there talking about speed limits. I mean, there's several other states. Maryland is another. There's a bill halfway through the state house that would revise speed limits. Let's see. The administration to decrease the maximum speed by 5 miles per hour on urban state highways. Now, a traffic or engineering study would be necessary to make the change. Let's see. Delegate Ken Kerr told the House committee his bill would apply to state-owned and maintained highways that do not restrict non-motorized access and where highways are located in incorporated municipalities. This will allow the State Highway Administration to respond in a more agile manner to areas where speed is a contributor to roadway incidents. All right, most states are looking at increasing speeds. That's looking to decrease speeds. There's something called the 85th percentile formula. That is a topic of discussion in several states. New Jersey is one of them. Senate Bill 1652 would use that formula to set speed limits on limited access highways that include the New Jersey Turnpike and the Garden State Parkway. If approved, the DOT and other state traffic agencies would be able to use 85th percentile studies to set speed limits. Someone explain, what is the 85th percentile? All right, specifically, you're talking about the flexibility to round down the 85th percentile speed. Local officials would set the speed to any multiple of 5 miles per hour within 5 miles per hour of the 85th percentile. He used the example of the 85th percentile speed on a roadway with an average speed of 37.6 miles per hour. The bill would give the state flexibility to set the speed. You could set it at 35 rather than increasing it to 40 miles per hour. That's kind of confusing to me, the 85th percentile. All right, somebody earlier brought up Chinese electric cars. And yes, citing potential national security risks, the Biden administration says they will investigate Chinese-made smart cars that can gather sensitive information about all about us. The probe could lead to new regulations aimed at preventing China from using sophisticated technology in electric cars and other so-called connected vehicles to track drivers and their personal information. Officials are concerned that features such as driver assistance technology could be used to effectively spy on Americans. While they stop short on a ban of Chinese imports, President Biden said he's taking unprecedented steps to safeguard Americans' data. China isn't the only national security risk, though. China is determined to dominate the future of the auto market, including by using unfair practices. China's policies could flood our market with their vehicles, posing risks to our national security. Now, he said, that's not going to happen on my watch. Biden and other officials noted that China has imposed wide-ranging restrictions on America's autos and other foreign vehicles. Commerce Secretary explained that connected cars are kind of like smartphones on wheels. These vehicles are actually connected to the internet. They collect huge amounts of sensitive data on the drivers, personal information, biometric information, where the car goes. So it doesn't take a lot of imagination to figure out how a foreign adversary like China, with access to this sort of information at scale, could pose a real risk to our national security. Data collection, not the only concern. Connected vehicles could also be remotely enabled or manipulated by bad actors, the hackers. Imagine if there were thousands or hundreds of thousands of Chinese connected vehicles on American roads that could be immediately and simultaneously disabled by someone in Beijing. It is scary to contemplate the cyber risks, the espionage risks. Now, I think it was horse feathers. I've not seen a Chinese car that I'm aware of. Very few Chinese cars are currently imported to the U.S., in part because there are steep tariffs that the U.S. imposes on vehicles imported from China. But still, officials are concerned tariffs are not sufficient to address the problem. Now, some Chinese companies seek to avoid tariffs by setting up assembly plants in neighboring countries like Mexico. Under a plan announced yesterday, the Commerce Department is issuing an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that would launch an investigation into the national security risk posed by connected vehicles from China and other countries that are considered hostile to the U.S. We're doing it now before these Chinese manufactured vehicles become widespread in the United States and maybe threaten our privacy and national security. Okay. So I guess the anticipation is somewhere down the line, China is going to begin to flood our market with cheaper Chinese-made vehicles. Heat wave. Hey, did we finally get through that daggone gate?
Yes, we did. It was a different combination than the one I was given. So,
whoops.
It was like, well, a good thing I called dispatch and said, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. Hurry up and give me that code. So, anyways, I think that Chinese car is called the Wa-sa-sa-sa-sa-sa. So, I was listening. I caught the last part of Sundance's rambling. You know, $30 an hour. These fast food joints, you know, they're not supposed to be the career builder and the career sustainer. I mean, that's supposed to be like for the young kids coming up and for older folks that need a little supplement with their Social Security. I mean, you're not supposed to stay there 40 damn years and you know, get a gold watch at the end of your service. Good night. You know, there was when I was with Snyder and I was running local in Albuquerque, I got into a conversation with an auto detailer at one of the dealerships. And we were talking about, you know, he was saying the rich man needs to give up his money so the rest of us can go ahead and, you know, and live better. And I says, all right. I says, well, let's figure this out. I said, how much do you make? And he said about $55,000. I said, okay, I make about $35,000. And there was another old boy that was there, and I says, how much do you make? He says, well, I really don't know since I just started. I said, well, let's just say you make $25,000. I said, now you add all that up and you divide it by 3. And I said, looks like everybody earns about $32,000 a year. And I said, then you add one more to the group that doesn't have a job, and that cuts our combined income down by 25%. So we're still making less. And the one that made $55,000 a year says, well, wait just a damn minute. I want it from the rich man. He don't need all that money. And I said, well, in this instance, you are the rich man.
Exactly.
You are the man.
Yeah, yeah.
And he says, but I worked for that money. I earned it. And I says, and the rich man didn't. And, you know, like Jeff was saying earlier, I guess you were talking to, I can't remember who you was talking to at the time, but, you know, the statement is true. You don't work for a poor man.
Right.
You work for someone who's making the money because they, in turn, are helping you make the money. So it just seems like Sundance is not going to get off of that kick. Sundance sounds like he is a true socialist. You know, and you look at people like Bernie Sanders. He's screaming equity all around. Everyone needs to make the same. Okay, Bernie, we'll go ahead and throw your money in the pot. No. That's mine. I'll keep that. But everyone else share theirs. And they can't see the hypocrisy there. We were talking about the candidates there. Trump was at the epicenter of where the most were coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they were talking about Biden being down there. Basically, all he was doing was a photo op. I'm doing everything I can. Ooh, ice cream. Let me get the ice cream. You know, it was just they're feeding him from a baby spoon so he don't choke on the truth. You know, the truth is the governor has done everything he could to secure the border with the razor wire. Now, I understand some of the people are bringing the bolt cutters so they can cut through that razor wire. But, I mean, you know, at what point do you just not start aiming a little boomstick at somebody and say, go back? I mean, they're obviously, you know, they're breaking the law to begin with, international laws, coming into our country, and they're breaking our laws. But, I mean, when they come over and they're armed with something to pare away at the obstacles in front of them, I mean, when do you say enough is enough? You know, and the governor and the head of the Border Patrol was there at Eagle Pass talking with Donald Trump. I mean, if that doesn't say, you know, they believe Donald Trump is going to win, I don't know what does.
Because they.
But then you had
how many years has it been? Right? I mean, Biden. If he was actually there 3 years ago or whatever it was, I think at the time the same thing was said. El Paso was not a hot spot. It was just a photo op. He went down there, and I can't remember what he went for. If it was actually to visit the border, or if he was going to be in the neck of the woods and just made a pit. I'd have to go back and pull up the archives. But all he did yesterday, all Biden did was try to blame the Republicans for the open border because they failed to allow that Senate bill to be passed here a few weeks ago, which we all know that was not a secure the border bill. That was 5,000 every single day, as I've mentioned, codified into law now because Congress passed this in perpetuity. 5,000 individuals per day can continue to illegally enter this country. That's not a secure the border bill.
But that wasn't. No, it's not. And that wasn't 5,000 illegal aliens that was 5,000 illegal Mexican aliens. The rest of the population that was coming in, if they weren't from Mexico, they weren't counted. So Lord knows how much more was coming in besides those 5,000.
So that was in the fine print,
You know,
right?
the number
that would have meant there is no number. I mean, but by the time you get to 5,000 Mexican, we know a majority now are coming from the likes of Honduras, Venezuela, El Salvador, China. Hell, I mean,
both.
So there was
both
essentially
sides of the
there
pond,
is
yeah,
no number
exactly.
then. That means the border was wide open forever.
Right.
Yeah.
That is absolutely right. So, you know, and it's funny too because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was he was somewhere on the border, Arizona or California, one of the two. You know, Nikki Haley, she wasn't showing her ass over there. I mean, they probably would have laughed at her. You know, but I mean, if she was going to be a serious candidate, she would have gone over there and been trying to address them issues as well. Now, I don't believe she's a serious candidate. I think she's just someone that's stirring up the shish kebab pot. And I think he or she who stirs it up needs to lick the spoon too, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so... Anyways, I'm sure there was something else I wanted to chit-chat about, but I am tired. I'm going to have to get up in 10 hours. So, folks, y'all keep that rubber side down and that painted side up, and let's do this again Monday morning.
Have a great weekend, Senor Heatwave. All right, we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, it's been a few days since we've heard from Carl. Morning, Carl. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, it's been a few weeks. I've just been out here busy. I just traveled through Knoxville, had a little drizzle through there, going southbound into Alabama, about 43 degrees, what we're looking at right now. But, appreciate you for taking my call. I gotta say, I agree with Grump and totally about what he's talking about with Sundance there this morning. And Pappy, who called in there and noted on that too as well. But I gotta say, Ronald Reagan came to mind when they were talking about all that. The government, Ronald Reagan said one time, he said, the most feared words that you could ever hear would be that I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. So that right there just pretty much sums it up about a lot of things. And what Son Dunce was bringing up there, he just really just showed that he doesn't have much common sense, not really. Then he brings up about the oil production in the United States. He may have some statistics there, but how is that helping us is what I want to know. Is it helping us from oil and gasoline at the pump from becoming $6 a gallon instead of $4 or $3 or what it is right now is $2.85. So that is still $1 more on the gallon than it was when Biden took office. And when Biden took office, he definitely ruined everything that this country was all about. And now he has the gall and the audacity to show his face at the border but he didn't go to the real border, but at the place where he has caused the mess. He has caused the mess, and he went to the place where he caused the mess. He's kind of like the person who returns to the scene of the crime. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He returned to the scene of the crime down there. It's a crime what he's doing there. And I would have had to have said, if I would have met him today down there, I would have had to say, Mr. President, you have caused this crime here. You are a criminal, and you have caused this crime right here that you're looking at. And you have returned to the scene today, right here. And as well, he's got blood on his hands for this young woman who got killed down there, and her face ruined, was beat in as a gruesome murder. Is more than just he just strangled her to death or whatever, Well, it's a lot more than that, okay? And plus, it doesn't really matter about what was done there, but he killed her, and he did cause major damage to her skull and her face and everything else. And it's just amazing that people will agree with a Biden policy, period. And in Afghanistan, we've got 13 members of our military on a botched withdrawal down there, okay, in Afghanistan. And then 2 SEALs killed from a botched up military direction there that they were supposed to go and do a job there. And it was poor planning on the part of Joe Biden and the defense secretary, who is today, he's got the gall and the audacity, this defense secretary Austin, got the gall to say that, I didn't follow procedure properly on my surgery and all of this and that and the other. The man went AWOL. That's what he did. He went AWOL. It's called AWOL. He left his position.
Absent without leave. And nobody knew. But, hey, we got to pause there, Carl. News break.
USA News Update. President Biden and former President Trump both visited the U.S.-Mexico border Thursday. Biden met with local leaders and Border Patrol agents in Brownsville, while Trump held a rally in a border park in Eagle Pass. The House is greenlighting a temporary funding measure to prevent a partial government shutdown Friday night. The bill extends 2 government funding deadlines to March 8th and March 22nd, granting lawmakers additional time to reach consensus on appropriations bills. The Senate is expected to vote on the legislation before Friday's deadline. The most recent inflation report indicates a 0.4% increase for January, aligning with forecasts. The Federal Reserve is deliberating on whether to initiate interest rate reductions. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell stated last month that he aims to observe further positive data before considering interest rate cuts. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners.
This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, round and third, headed for home. And our friend Carl, not at all happy with the puppet-in-chief, I guess you'd say. Or, did you see, Alejandro Mayorkas was actually down there on the border with Biden yesterday. Did you catch that?
Oh, yes, Steve. I was looking at that, and I saw him drop his head once, and I thought, that man is pitiful. He is a pathetic excuse for an officer in the United States. To be Homeland Security Homeland Security Director of Homeland Security, and he is directing all of this problem that he has returned to the scene of the crime along with his boss right here. And I tell you, it was worthy of the handcuffs. If I ever seen a moment for handcuffs, it was right there at that time. I mean, I cannot believe this country and the issues that it has right now. It is so a mess. It's a mess. It's a terrible mess. And then they have the audacity. And getting back to the corporate greed and this and that and the other, what Sundance is trying to bring to light. Look at what everybody's doing to Donald Trump right now. Okay, he is a corporate leader. He's a corporate leader. He has employees everywhere. Everywhere. This man has done thousands of favors for people everywhere. He has blessed many people on the spot with money, gifts, and this and that. And it's more than just for a little bit of gratuitous photo op or something. He does it genuinely. It's because he wants these people to know that he is a good person and that he is not attempting to do bad harm to people. Okay, and he just does this freely giving. And as a matter of fact, the other day I saw a clip of him. He called a black woman up out of the stage who asked him a question, and he says, "Come up here to the front." And so she come up to the front, and she mentioned about some things that she does. I can't remember everything that she mentioned, but he said, "You know what? Do you need a job?" And she said, "Well, yes, I could use a job." And he says, talk to this man right over here on the side over here, and we're going to give you a job, okay? And there it was. He's doing something else for somebody, helping them out, and then they have the audacity to drag him through the coals the way they've done him through these courts and whatnot. In Illinois, coming up with another thing here, we're going to leave him off the ballot after the Supreme Court has already said that's unfair and you can't do that in Colorado. Well, why is Illinois doing this? Okay, they're doing it because they think they can get by with it. That's why, and it's just amazing to me how people break the law and then they want to say that it's nothing to see here,
right?
Nothing to see here, and Hunter Biden is sitting in front of Congress here again, and he is just lie after lie after lie. And then he brings up and says today, well, yes, I know that we received money, but I don't know really what it was for. And, it just kills me to listen to this.
He actually he had the audacity to say that he didn't notice or didn't know anything about the big guy that was going to get a 10% stake. Real quick, I wanted to. The Supreme Court heard arguments on Colorado. They have not come down with a ruling yet. That's what we're all kind of anxiously anticipating. They have not said, Trump will still be on the ballot. That's the expectation, based on the questioning, even from the liberal judges during that testimony. And now Illinois coming down. It was a judge in Illinois Wednesday saying that they're going to preclude Trump from being on the primary ballot and November ballot, but they're not implementing it yet because they know there's going to be an appeal, and we're kind of just waiting to see what the Supreme Court's going to rule on that. Well, we didn't even touch on Hunter, though. Yeah, Hunter was so awash in cash from China, he didn't even notice somebody named the big guy was about to walk away with a 10% stake in his new business venture. According to the transcripts, the deposition transcripts this past day that were released, House Republicans in the impeachment inquiry asserted that references to the big guy that kept showing up in their investigation had to be the president, right? Republicans suspected when he questioned Hunter Biden about an email from a family associate regarding the equity structure of the Oneida Holdings joint venture with CEFC. Representative Getz said, I thought it was kind of odd that the associate, James Gillier, would set aside 10% for the big guy. Yet Hunter Biden never questioned who it was for, if not his father, given it was worth millions of dollars. Now, Hunter said, quote, if I had seen it, I'm certain I would have done is I would have picked up the phone and said, you're out of your mind. I don't remember if I picked up the phone or what I said, but I know I would absolutely would have objected if I saw it, which is evidenced by the fact that my father was never an equity holder in any business in which I was involved with Tony Bobolinsky. I'm not even sure whether I ever fully read this. You're making multi-million-dollar deals and you didn't even read it. Yeah, all I know is my response has nothing to do with my father. Absolutely zero. My response doesn't mention any additional determination of percentages that would go to my father or anything. Now, some reporters indicated Hunter admitted at one point during that 7-hour testimony that the big guy was, in fact, a reference to his father. However, in the 14 times that big guy came up during the deposition, the transcript could not verify that to be the case. Hunter specifically addressed the term only when asked by Democrats if Joe Biden went by big guy or if he ever called his father the big guy, and Hunter said no. Simple as that. Let's bypass that. The entire transcript of that deposition, though, was released this past day, so makes for some interesting reading if you got some time on your hand, right? Vic, what's happening on a Friday?
Well, I heard Sundance there going through some sort of I don't know what you call it, mental gymnastics or arithmetic or whatever. But real quick, you were talking about that 85 percentile, that's statisticians. That's 85. If the speed limit's 37, 85% of that's 35. So I guess that's what they're talking about. But and the other thing, too, is real quick, is Bubba Slade, is he still around or anything? Have you ever heard anything from him?
You know, he hasn't called forever, but I know we're friends on Facebook, and I still see him online. I saw a post a few days ago from him, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay. Because he used to be some kind of a DJ or something down there on one of those hazard radio stations there. And when Inbred Redneck said they wouldn't take his commercials down there or something, that's what kind of jogged that here a couple of days ago back. But anyway, to get back to what Sundance was talking about, if he wants to do some calculations and everything else, go to agriculture, because that's basically my bailiwick where I was taught economics from. And agricultural is the most subsidized industry in the United States. And they also used a lot of alien, they have those different, what do you call them, the visas and stuff, the work visas and all that. And there's a lot that goes in with that. But by and large, what Sundance, it sounded like he was trying to do, it's like the old argument in agriculture about parity. And parity was basically established whenever the New Deal came in and had all these agricultural programs. So they had to look for something for price support. So they looked back and said, well, we'll use 1917 prices as a standard. Well, in 1917, World War I was going on. Herbert Hoover was in charge of the Office of Price Stability. He was paying farmers an extra good price to make sure we had food production in the United States. In 1917, they were farming with horses. Probably a 60 bushel per acre corn yield would have been a good yield. Today, we're looking at 200. You might have farmed maybe, I don't know, I would say 10, 15 acres or something planting back in 1917. Today, I mean, the guy makes one pass across the field with some of this equipment, and he's already planted that much. And it's called productivity. But you have to pay a price for that productivity, and that means you have more capital expenses. And therefore, you get to a point to where can you get rid of some of your labor, invest more in capital, and save money. And when you're talking about, I don't know where he's coming out with all this $30 an hour and all this, because the one program that I seen yesterday was that all the meat producers right now are losing money. They're in the red, but still yet they're charging high prices. Cattle prices are all-time highs. So obviously something's going to have to give somewhere. So I don't know exactly what his figures were, but one of the problems that we are having in the pricing of livestock and everything now, it's been about, well, it was during the Reagan administration. They changed the old Commodity Exchange Act because originally it had to be a saleable commodity and a deliverable commodity. And then they got off on all these derivatives and everything else and pretty much upset the whole market as far, the commodity markets. Now you have these big hedge funds in there, and basically what they look at is they say, well, so many people are short or long, and we have enough money. If we can get on the other side, we can force them out of the market. So they come in and force the weak hands out of the market, and then say, okay, we're done. But in the meantime, they have totally upset the whole financial structure for production agriculture. Mm-hmm. But the gist of it is there are so many factors in there that labor alone, that's not going to get it. And you have to look at all your costs. And to get maybe to relate it back to the trucking industry, like say you were talking about the speed limits and stuff. Now you want to go now? Do we really want to go back to the driving on 2-lane rural highways and stoplights and everything else, rather than having a super slab? I mean, let me tell you, if we had to go back to those old days, I was thinking about some of the routes that we used to have to drive. That the 2-lane roads and all that, the U.S. highways and everything. We wouldn't make much time. People going up hills, and truckers would they every now and then have to throw on that left blinker to let cars that they could get around. And of course, that kind of turned into a legal mess. But long story short, well, people wound up getting in accidents, and then they said, no, you can't direct traffic. And some truckers and trucking companies pretty much got put out of business doing that. So, they didn't do that anymore. So anyway, and that's what I'm saying. But, and actually when I went down to Louisville the last time, I went down the old truck route, and I was looking at 2 or 3 of the truck stops that were shut down there. And there was also some plants and everything that had shut down. And I seen signs out there that said, industrial park business available. So, the point is that those people, even like now they're wanting to bring business back to some of those areas. And there is no labor force there, and they were bringing in people from different places. But like with the farming industry, they come out with so many OSHA laws that you can't hire the neighbor kid, to operate any machinery. I mean, there's an amazing amount of OSHA laws anymore. Whereas back when I was growing up, by the time I was 14, I was actually driving on the road in vehicles.
Right, driving the tractors, driving the trucks, driving the combines. Absolutely. A lot of the old timers, that's where they got their start, out on the farm, hauling the farm stuff. All right, Vic, have a wonderful weekend. We got to get a final timeout. We'll come back. We can winding things down on a Friday, Casual Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Casual Friday, what do you say? Good morning, Scarecrow.
Well, I've got some total, genuine casualness here to lay on you there, Steve. One note here, though, seriousness. Reading in whether it was Epoch News or Apple News the other day, it doesn't matter. But regarding this flood of illegals in the south there, they claim that the United Nations is actually behind enabling a lot of this that's taking place, that they have actually set up, listed 3 different communities or areas where all these immigrants can stop to get directions and actual maps and instructions. And, there's a lot more going on here than just a few trying to migrate looking for a better life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole new world order there. Anyway, now, probably the most casual of calls that I've ever made to you. We're all familiar with all these pop-up advertising and such we get in our emails, and we do in Google searches and on, YouTube and whatnot, all these crap that you just, it just drives you nuts. Well, I'm going through my mail here earlier this week, I believe, if not last week. Steve, here's an ad pops up for condoms, which I've never run into this before. And not just an image of condoms, Steve. They were being modeled by young individuals. And holy smoke, this is, a bright yellow, bright orange, or red. I can't even recall. I was just so in shock. Well, Steve, I was a little off in my judgment there. It was not an email, Steve. I was going through my texts, and I looked closer, Steve. You wouldn't believe who this came from. The CEO of GMA and B Enterprises. Yep. Mr. Gilligan had sent me an ad for not condoms. Remember quite some time ago he talked about a male bikini?
Yes.
Well, Steve, I don't know if this is a prototype or if he's taking this to market, but yeah. These models, they were wearing these little, I don't know what you want to call them.
I don't know what you call them. They weren't even banana hammocks. I got that message as well.
It just so threw me. Well, the fact that I'm sure they could be produced for about 25 cents, about 20 cents of material and overseas manufacturing.
Right.
Now he's going to want to take that to Shark Tank because they're all about the low overhead, high markup and such. So that's. We'll have to wait till next week to find out more about this, but it was short of being disgusting. I'm sorry. I shared it with my boys just to show them what I'm up against with the individuals on this program. And well, I don't know. My youngest Steve, I don't know if he's serious or not. He was curious where he could find one. Well, they're currently in Maui. This is their third trip to the islands.
Oh, boy.
And of most interest, I'd be curious to see the expression on my daughter-in-law's face if he strolled out on the beach with something like that. That's that's my casual.
Yeah, it's almost akin to where you might as well just go to the beach with nothing on. Because that was about the coverage, right? All right, enjoy your casual Friday. Thank you. Scarecrow, have a great weekend as well. We'll have to close it out there. One last time, though, congratulations to this week's winner of our Hot Shot Secret Diesel duo. Kim Myers is this week's winner. Mindy will be contacting you to get your Big Rig Diesel duo in the mail. We'll kick off our final week of the contest via Facebook next Monday. Of course, hopefully we'll have you join us at the midnight hour Sunday night into Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,